And welcome here, everyone, to the Bubble. Jerry Edwards with you all today here on the Voice of the Valley, 1490 AM, 96.3 FM KOVC, and on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. Happy to be with you all today for Game 1 of today's doubleheader. Got Ryan Cunningham standing on standby for the men's game, but for the women's game, it's going to be me, and we got a good contest today. The VCSU Vikings taking on the University of Minnesota Morris Cougars. Valley City coming in, trying to polish off what's been a good start to the season in exhibition play. A couple of impressive wins against Providence College, but definitely a step up in competition today, facing off against the Cougars. We'll take a look at our players to watch today for your VCSU Vikings. There'll be Ashlyn Deemert. She led the Vikings in scoring last year, about 16 points a game. She's averaging just a shade over 17 points a game in 4 games this season. The freshman, Abby Ashleyson, has been a kind of a savant, so to say, for the Vikings early on this year. 14.5 points a game as a freshman. And then the junior transfer from Williston State, Tilda Muritzen, she's got 12.5. And that gives Valley City some good size off the bench. You get down really to where Valley City kind of struggled last year, is kind of getting consistent buckets inside, and Muritzen has done a great job of that. You really saw it against Providence. She knows what her skill is, and she doesn't really try to extend herself too much. She can really score from down on the low block, and when you have someone giving you 12 points a game off the bench, that's always going to be nice to have. Getting to our starting 5 today for the VCSU Vikings. It'll be Elise Hebrink, Ellie Broughton, Ashlyn Deemert, Abby Ashleyson, and Madison Spacer. Taking a look at the Morris Cougars, it'll be Maddie Grove, Jordan Oman Bjork, Itzel Salazar, Grace Perry, and Claire Stark. You're listening live here to the Sanford L pregame show. Here for all, here for good. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the second half of this pregame show right here on the Voice of the Valley KOVC and on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News & World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
This is Dr. Amanda Heck, physical therapist with Mobility Plus Rehabilitation, with offices in Valley City, Lisbon, Gwinner, and Enderlin. Our mission is to provide exceptional physical and occupational therapy by highly skilled therapists to minimize pain and maximize mobility, which allows you to return to the quality of life you desire. From sports injuries to work-related injuries, neurological diagnosis, and pediatric development delays, we will evaluate and educate you on your condition, review treatment options, and create an effective treatment plan to solve your impairments based on your unique situation and needs. I invite you to call our offices at Mobility Plus today.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC. Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
We got ourselves about 9 minutes to go till we get set for our pregame festivities. Going through some of the keys of the game here for the Vikings as we take a look here at the North Star Athletic Association standings. We got Dakota State Sitting right now at 1-1, Mayville State 2-0, Jamestown 2-0, Bellevue 2-0, Valley City State sitting at 3-1, Dickinson State also sitting at 2-0. But going through some of the keys in this game for VCSU, talking about the play of Maritson earlier on in this pregame show, the ability for Valley City to consistently get easy baskets down low. Now, Valley City does have players that can space the floor, and they do have guards that can do that as well and can create things inside. But what you really want to see for Valley City is the ability to keep getting consistent buckets when you need it, because the ability to get consistent buckets is a way to kind of, I would say, keep a hot shooting team at bay, make things easier for yourself, and even when things might not be going the best, it's going to help things from getting out of control, because runs can't really happen unless you are also not making baskets. And, well, we all know the Cougars are going to come in with a lot to prove in this game. They're going to come out really trying to put a authoritative stamp in this matchup. And now VCSU very competitive with the Cougars last time out. When you're playing a team that, on paper is at a slight advantage, or even the, kind of higher ranked team or in the higher division, or it be what it be, VCSU, the one thing you want to do is come out and start strong. You want to come out and get some early baskets. Get yourself lathered up and into a rhythm. And one way you can make sure you're in a rhythm is control the game in the post. If you can really work the ball from the inside to the outside, that is going to be a key thing for VCSU. We're starting to see it actually more now in both college basketball and professional basketball, where more teams are really starting to kind of operate from the inside to the outside, looking for more bigs down low that can kind of hold the possession up, draw a double team, and be able to kick it outside to your shooters. Back in the day, it was mostly kind of a drive and cut sort of system where your guards are the ones cutting in and trying to set up your kind of post players down low. And while that is still a strategy used by plenty of teams, if a team can kind of operate from inside out, the ability to track that double team and get yourself some open looks, that's going to be a key here for VCSU. Try to create open shooting lanes for Deemert, for Broughton, Hebrink, and the other guards that are going to be coming in off the bench. Going to be interesting to see what Abby Ashleyson does. She has played very well. Again, 14.5 points a game in the first 4 games of this season. Good rebounding presence down low. And again, for VCSU, the one thing they kind of struggled with last year was kind of getting that consistent post play. They're getting it now, and they're getting it out of their youngsters, which, again, always going to help. But you want to be able to control the glass, be able to get easy baskets when needed, and, of course, be able to work inside out. We'll be back here in a little bit with the rest of our pregame show, brought to you by our friends over at Sanford Health of Valley City. Here for all, here for good. Keep it right here on the Voice of the Valley, KOVC.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit proeyecarecenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering, we have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
And Jerry Edwards back with you all here on the Voice of the Valley KOVC and on the VCSU Vikings Athletics YouTube channel. Checking out our LaRue Lockout Financial scoreboard. Got a little under 3.5 minutes to go till we get to the pregame festivities before we're ready to begin today's contest between your VCSU Vikings women's basketball team and the University of Minnesota Morris Cougars. Reminder, it is a double header today. We will have the men's game, I would say about 20-30 minutes after this one wraps up. So maybe expect a opening tip-off sometime around 7:15, 7:30 for that men's game. Well, we still have time here on the Sanford Health of Valley City pregame show. Let's check out the starting lineups one more time. We'll start off with the visiting Cougars. At guard, it'll be the 6'1" sophomore from Morris, Minnesota, Maddie Grove. Jordan Oman Bjork will be the other guard from Cable, Wisconsin. Another guard will be Itzel Salazar, the 5'4" junior from Long Prairie, Minnesota. Rounding out the guards will be 5'11" sophomore from Moorhead, Minnesota, Grace Perry. And the lone forward today will be Claire Stark, 6'2" from Hoffman, Minnesota. And those are the starters for the University of Minnesota Morris Cougars. Checking out the VCSU Vikings. Again, coming in 3-1 on the season. We'll start off with guards. It'll be Elise Hebring, 5'5", out of Austin, Minnesota, the senior. Ellie Broughton, the sophomore, 5'3", from West Hope, Minnesota. Ashlyn Deemer, who recently just got to 1,000 points in her career in Game 1 against Providence. She'll be the senior guard, 5'9", from West Fargo. Abby Asleason will be the 6-foot guard, freshman from Howard, South Dakota. And Madison Spacier, the 5'11" forward, the junior from Watford City, North Dakota, will round out today's starters for the VCSU Vikings, and expect probably the key player off the bench to be Tilda Maritzen, the junior forward, 6 foot, out of Ängelholm, Sweden. So Valley City has gotten some good post play early on in this season. Hoping that continues against Morris, able to create those easy baskets, keep yourself in rhythm, and hopefully once that post game starts rolling, the double teams come down, you have some good passing bigs, they'll be able to pass out, create those open opportunities for shooters like Deemer, Broughton, and Hebring. So Valley City looking to pull what would be a upset against the D3 Morris Cougars. And we will have the opening tip coming up here right as soon as the pregame festivities conclude. Talking about the keys for Valley City State, it's going to be get consistent offense down low, be able to survive an early onslaught you would expect from the Cougars, and be able to work inside to out. Let your post game, set up the perimeter. Don't try to force the action from the outside too soon. Let that kind of solid post play dictate things early on here, and then try to stretch things to the outside. You're not dealing with an incredible size disadvantage at forward. You are, though, going to see some bigger guards. Kind of a big player to look for is Maddie Grove, 6'1" guard, and especially in women's basketball, when you can kind of get a bigger guard that can handle the ball, that's really a big difference maker. So looks like the scoreboard has been cleared off, at least on one side. So we'll be set here for the pregame festivities in just a little bit. We'll be back here with our opening tip right here on the Voice of the Valley KOVC and on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel right after this quick break.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Holland can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
And it is almost time for the opening tip between the Minnesota Morris Cougars and your VCSU Vikings. Game 1 of the doubleheader today. We'll be kicking things off with the women's game. And we'll roll through the starting lineups real quick. It'll be Elise Hebrink, Ellie Broughton, Ashlyn Deemert, Abby Osleson, and Madison Spacier. The starting 5 for the Vikings. For the UMM Cougars, it'll be Maddie Grove, Jordan Oman Bjork, Itzel Salazar, Grace Perry, and Claire Stark. So it'll be the NAIA VCSU Vikings taking on the NCAA D3 squad in the Cougars. VCSU very competitive against the Cougars. Last year, these two teams squared off, now hoping to perhaps be a little bit more than competitive. They've got a little bit better post play, make things easier for the shooting. Hopefully that post game gets going early. VCSU can work inside to out, try to challenge the Cougars here as Minnesota Morris almost set to wrap up their pregame huddle. A very elongated pregame huddle. Guess we're trying to make sure they got the message across there. The message, score more than the other team. I always found that was the message that my coach always said. We need to score more than the other team. So different ways of getting there, but every single message was the same. Referee moves to center court. The ball is in the air. Tip going to be controlled by the Vikings. And we are underway. Broughton with the ball. Going to rotate things around here to Hebrink. Hebrink kicks it back up top to Spacier. Around the perimeter, the Vikings go. Now they go inside to Osleson. Osleson, turn around and gets the nice little hook shot to fall in. And the Vikings will start things out with a quick 2-0 lead. 9:41 to go on the LaRue Lockout Financial Scoreboard as we're just underway here in Valley City. Now here come the Cougars working inside. Almost run into a bit of a trap down on the baseline. Now they rotate things back up top to Grove. Grove spins inside. The 6-foot guard misses it, and now they're going to say that Hebring got the rebound, but that pivot foot just slid out of bounds. Again, that matchup against Matty Grove is going to be the one to watch. 6-foot guards that can handle the ball cause so many problems because most often they started out life as a perimeter player and then learned those dribbling skills later on. And a good turnover force there by Broughton, working against the guard that is Salazar, and able to tip it off her. And VCSU able to hold the Cougars scoreless on their first trip down the floor. Spacер getting an opportunity to work inside against a smaller guard. Throws up a hook shot that hits nothing but air, but finds a teammate as she grabs her own rebound. Long rebound, no good. Ashleyson got the rebound. Now left one-on-one. Little fadeaway shot, no good. Good defense put on there by Stark. So Salazar, primary ball handler so far here, will kick it to Stark. As the forward will move it up top here. And that one off the face of a Morris Cougar. That was going to be off the face of Grace Perry. Never how you want to start a game. 1 minute into the game and you already have a sore nose. Into the hands of Broughton. Broughton swinging it around here over to Diemert. Diemert tried to force a pass. And that one's going to get tipped around, and Diemert tapping her chest saying, my bad. She was looking inside for Ashleyson. Oman Bjork hands the ball off to Salazar. Salazar bringing the ball up here. 2-0 here in the first quarter. 8.5 to go. Nearly a travel, but Salazar managed to get it away before completely falling down. Now this one over to Grove. Grove working against a much smaller Hebring, trying to drive inside. Good defense by Hebring to force the pass up top. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Ball nearly gets away. Salazar lost the ball. Ball still on the deck, and VCSU will get it. So the defense working well for the Vikings. Long pass up ahead here to Diemert. Diemert stops, pops, rattles out. Good looking opportunity. Might have pulled up a bit short there. Had maybe a little bit more lane than she thought. Pass up ahead here to Stark. Stark working against Abby. Turnaround shot, and that's going to finally even up the score here. 2-2 as we get to 8 minutes in the first quarter. Defense has reigned supreme so far for both sides. Now Spacer rotates it up top here. Hebring with the shot fake, and now we're going to have a foul. Our first foul of the game. They're going to call that one on Maddie Grove, daughter of Tim Grove, who's in his 19th season as the head man of the Minnesota Morris Cougars. Now VCSU inbounding the ball, able to get it over to Broughton. Broughton now works it over to Diemert. Diemert gets a good screen, pops for a good-looking three. That one's off the mark. Rebound run down there by the Cougars. VCSU can't quite get the lid off the basket. Got their first shot to fall, but since then haven't held in check. Now shot inside, blocked by Ashleyson. Now Ashleyson running the floor, trying to work against the smaller Salazar, but has to pick up her dribble. Long pass around the horn we go. Spacer over to Ashleyson. Ashleyson's going to take a three, and that one rattles out. So we're still stuck on 2-2 here as both sides have gotten some good looks, but neither can really take the lid off the basket here. Salazar picks up her dribble a little too soon, looking to pass inside to Stark. Gets it to Stark. Now back around side here. Good pick set to free up a shooter, but no good. Ball did not hit rim, but Stark runs down the rebound anyway and puts it up and in for two. So the Cougars with their first lead of the game. Quick pass up ahead here to Diemert. Diemert driving inside, kicks it out. Corner ball coming up for a three. No good, but a good rebound by Spacer. VCSU would love to see that ball start going in. They've created some excellent looks. Ashleyson gets a one-on-one matchup against Stark. Hand in her face, can't get the ball. Spacer, good hard play right there. Runs down the rebound. Still VCSU staring up at only 2 points. Dangerous pass to Spacer. She'll take the mid-range too. Off the back rim, no good. VCSU might have settled for that shot there early on in the shot clock. Not really what you want to do. 6.5 minutes to go here. 4-2 ball game, and that one off the foot of a Cougar, and now that's going to be run down by the Vikings. And now that pass nearly thrown away, and it'll be off Salazar. It was Hebring trying to thread a pass over to Broughton, and now we'll have a line change substitution come in. It'll be, looks like Pelzer, Mortensen. Looks like we also got Reese Wasink. And I believe the last one is going to be Caitlin Lindberg. So nearly a hockey line change. Again, you know, from Minnesota. Easy to get basketball confused with hockey sometimes. Now VCSU Going to rotate it around here over to Deemert. Deemert waiting for a screen. Going to get one for Maritzen. Good looking mid-range two, and she gets it to fall right from the stripe. And 4-4 tie here as we tick under 6 minutes to go. Clean quarter so far, only one foul called. It's on the Cougars. Ball now over to Lindbergh. Lindbergh back up top here to Wasink. Wasink back around here to Pelzer. Pelzer working against Hebrink. Now back up top they go. They're trying to thread a pass inside. The Vikings doing a good job of denying them. Shot clock ticks down to 10 seconds. Pelzer going inside. Contested two, no good. VCSU with the rebound. Lucky not to commit the travel there. Maritzen able to keep that foot planted. Now Broughton trying to work her way inside. Driving baseline. Threads a pass in the corner. Good look for a three. That one's going to rattle out. Ball gets tipped out. Waiting for the official signal, and it'll belong to the Cougars. That was a good looking opportunity there for Prunty. Prunty, though, just could not get that one to fall. Now a substitution coming in. Looks like Olivia Backus will get her first action of the game. 4-4 here in a defensive standstill of a first quarter. Ball now over here to Perry. Perry tries to throw a pass inside. Jump ball was looking for there by VCSU, but didn't get it. Arrow does belong to the Cougars. And the Cougars continue to work it around the perimeter as VCSU keeps the 9 entry inside. Now they kick it out in the corner. Contested corner three off the mark. Nearly and over the back there. Doesn't matter. Vikings get the rebound anyway, and Broughton does a good job of pulling it up. Now we'll try to pass up ahead, and the pass too tall for Prunty. Not necessarily playing fast and loose with the ball. Broughton looked like she was going to slow up possession, then found Prunty cutting in behind the defense, just threaded the pass a bit too tall. And now Deemert will sub out as the Vikings and the Cougars still tied up here at 4-4 with 4.5 minutes to go here in our first quarter. Ball now into the hands of Pelzer. Pelzer now kicks it back on the wing to Lindbergh. Now back up top here to Wasink. Pelzer working against Backus. Pass inside, tipped away by the Vikings. They were trying to find Grove inside. Grove's going to be your classic swing player. 6'1" guard that can handle the ball, but is often going to try to find her opportunities down low. Pass thrown in here by Grove, as now over to Mortensen. And that one goes through the hands of Pelzer. And that's another turnover. Be interesting when we get the score sheet here about how many turnovers the Cougars have committed so far. Some of them have been forced, some of them have been unforced like that. Hebrink starting to swing around the perimeter here for the Vikings. Now back up top. Good looking three here, and it rattles off, but fighting for the rebound inside is going to be Hebrink. Now driving inside are the Vikings. Back around the outside. Back is for a three. Can't find the shot to go in. Mortensen pulls down the rebound. Now will feed it off to Pelzer. Pelzer collapsing the defense. Finds Grove inside. And that's just a good play right there by Pelzer, the freshman, 5'4", out of Albany, Minnesota. Now inside. That shot partially blocked, and the ball is going to belong back here to VCSU. That was Spacier trying to drive inside, but amongst the trees inside, could not find a way through. 3:34 to go. Shot clock at 20 seconds. Vikings looking inside, created some good lanes. That one blocked from behind. Late foul call. We'll see our first 2 foul shots of the game. So now that's 2 fouls here on the Cougars. Yeah, 2 fouls on the Cougars, even though they accidentally assessed the foul to the Vikings. So 2 shots coming up here. And that one's too strong off the back rim as Maritzen trying to get herself going. She's a kind of a crucial piece for this VCSU team off the bench. Gives them some scoring, gives them some toughness, some rebounding. And that's going to be up and in, so able to salvage a 1-2 trip at the stripe. 3.5 minutes to go here in the first quarter. 6-5 lead here for Minnesota Morris. Pelzer been playing a lot in this first quarter. Swings the ball around here to Grove. Grove holding on to it. Now pass stolen away here by Broughton. Broughton trying to outrun the defense down low and able to lay it up and in. And able to shield off the defender with that body. So the Vikings take a 1-point edge. Largest lead in this game for either side has been only 2 points. Take under 3 minutes to go here. Grove now with the ball on the wing and working against a much smaller Hebring, but she hasn't seemed really determined to try to drive inside yet to use that size advantage. And VCSU doing a good job at the 9 entry as the shot clock takes down to 7 seconds, trying to set up a little out and in. Now they'll kick it outside to Pelzer. Pelzer going inside, and they're going to get Backus for using the forearm. And a bailout foul if there's ever been one. That is not a foul you want to commit if you're the Vikings. They played good defense, had them down to 2 seconds on the shot clock. It was going to force a bad shot. Just extended that arm a bit too much trying to create that space. And referees pop Valley City for their first foul of the quarter. Osleson checks back into the game. Pass inside. Stark caught it. Osleson fell to the floor. It looks like she slipped, and that space just enough for Stark to get that in. And the Cougars now take an 8-7 lead. Stark, a couple baskets in this game. Now Deemer trying to collapse the defense inside. Drives down the baseline. Finds someone standing in the corner. Now they'll work it back inside to Osleson. Osleson kicks it back out here to Hebrink. Now they're working back inside for Osleson. Facing up, now trying to back down. Stark, a strong presence inside. Running hook shot, no good. Gets the ball back, and now we'll draw the foul on Stark. And Stark, big presence down low. Going to be hard to move her off her spot. But the one thing you can do, try to get her up in the air. Get her off the air, and then just kind of go up and through her to get that foul. Get the foul on the big. You don't know how deep they are down there at that forward spot. But ultimately, a good strategy to get a key player in trouble is to get them off their feet. That's a missed free throw for the Vikings. They've started off 1 of 3 from the stripe. They're able to salvage a free throw the last time down, hoping they can salvage this one as well. Foul shot up, looks short, and it is. And the rebound run down by Oman Bjork. Now over to Pelzer. Now back to Oman Bjork. Pass now rotated around the perimeter here for the Cougars. 2 minutes left to go here in the first. Morris up by 1, and we've got a bit of a kerfuffle down low, and that one will go out of play. It'll be ruled off the Vikings. Grace Perry, the one dribbling inside, the sophomore from Moorhead, Minnesota. Now kicked out here to Stark. Now back up top here to Oman Bjork. Over to Pelzer. Back out in the corner here for Stark. Left open for a 3. That one off the rim, no good. Osleson going for the rebound, and they're going to say it's off the Vikings. And shot clock didn't reset to 6, and now they will reset it. Coach is always very aware of that. Perry looking to try to inbound the ball to Stark, and they'll do so in the corner, trying to set up a little high-low action here. Running a little bit of motion up top, creating some room for Pelzer. Pelzer going against the much taller Osleson, but able to shield her off with the body and lay it up and in. And so the largest lead of the game now for the Cougars, 3 points as we reach 1.5 minutes to go in this first quarter. Ball handed off into the corner. Neither side has made a 3-pointer so far. Hasn't stopped them from trying. Deemer trying to go inside, but gets cut off. Good defense here by both sides. Now ball on the deck, lost the dribble, and now into the hands of Perry. Morris trying to put together a run here to try to steal the quarter away, and that high pass had no chance to be run down by Anna Myers. Liz has 5'7", needed about another 5 inches or so to have a chance to bring that one in. 10-7 here in the first quarter as we tick down to under 1 minute to go. And now a collapse on defense there, left Broughton wide open for a in-close 2-pointer as the Vikings pull back within 1. Perry, a little bit of a pump fake on the pass, looking to go inside to Stark. Stark and Osleson, they're going to be going at it all night. Now Stark goes inside. Good reach in by Backus, but can't quite secure the steal. Now Selzer getting trapped on the baseline. That feet shuffling a lot and able to throw a pass with some funky English on it to get it to Stark. Now over to Pelzer. Pelzer from the free throw line. Shot short, and now it's going to go out of play. And smart job there by the Vikings. Sometimes you see teams get a little over-anxious trying to run down a rebound, but ultimately let that one go out of play. Vikings can hold for the final shot here. Shot clock turned off, so cross half court with about 25 seconds. Oh, they thought about the quick 3. Now Osleson will take the 3 and knocks it down. Osleson gives the VCSU Vikings a 12-10 lead. Now the defense tries to preserve that lead in the last 12 seconds of this first quarter. Looking to pass inside to Stark. Good defense by Osleson to steal it away. Now 5 seconds to go here. Vikings cross it with 3 seconds. Inside pass gets tipped away, so the Vikings will have a second to be able to get this ball in, and probably looking for a corner 3 or a cut inside. Now they throw a pass inside. They're trying to find Ostleyson, but Morris collapses inside and able to knock that one away before she could get her hands on it. But the Vikings will have a 12-10 lead as we go to the second quarter. Back here in a minute on KOVC and the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
With a 12-10 lead on the LaRue Lockout Financial scoreboard as we get set for our second quarter, as we'll have the statistics for you as they're hot and fresh off the printer. Looking at the leading scorer, that's going to be Claire Stark for the Cougars. 6 of their 10 points, the other 4 being split between Savannah Pelzer and Maddie Grove. For the Vikings, a bit more spread out. Tilda Maritzin with 1. You got Madison Spacier with 3, Abby Ostleyson with 5, Ellie Broughton with 4, and Ashlyn Deemert with 2. So for VCSU, with 12-10 lead, doing a good job rebounding-wise. 12-10 in terms of a rebound advantage for the Vikings. Offensive rebounds having good. 7 offensive rebounds in that first quarter for the Vikings, so they are the more physical team right now. Turnovers, big issue there for the Cougars in that first quarter. 8 turnovers in the first frame. It'll be Salazar getting the ball here as we start off things in this second quarter. Salazar working against Broughton. VCSU been playing some stingy defense here against Cougar. Nearly lost the handle on it, but Salazar will get it back. Rotates it up top here over to Oman Bjork. Nearly walked with it. We'll kick it over here to Grove. Grove calling for a screen. Now she'll go inside herself, and that's going to be a chop inside there on Valley City. Came down on the arm. No shot, so it will be an inbounds. Reminder, folks, that the foul counter does reset after each quarter. So that will be the first on VCSU. And now a bit of a push there, and that'll be foul number 2. A little too physical there from Ostleyson going against Claire Stark. That's the second time we've seen the Cougars rotate it to Stark in the corner. Ultimately, what they're trying to do is just set up a quick 1-2 where Stark can feed it back to Grover or whoever is the inbounder. And that pass a little too tall and off the hands of Backus. So VCSU not making it easy for the Cougars to get the ball in, and now they'll be inbounded it here on the sideline. Salazar able to create some space, and no, stolen away by Broughton all by herself. Looks behind her just to check the traffic, and she'll lay it up and in. Now VCSU with their largest lead of the day, 14-10. Well, here come the Cougars with Salazar. Trying to chop her way inside, and that'll be a reach-in foul, and I think they're going to tag Broughton with it. And, yep, they will tag her with the reach-in foul. So that's 3 fouls in less than a minute of play on VCSU. And now a discussion going up between Vanessa Johnson in her 8th season and our official today. Long pass up ahead, controlled there. And now the misguided pass, to put it politely, as Oman Bjork looking inside, I believe, for Stark, and that pass was way too tall. Maybe a miscommunication on who was supposed to cut where. So 1 minute gone here in the second quarter. VCSU with the 4-point lead. Now Backus with a good drive inside, shields off the defender and lays it off the glass for 2 points. 16-10. Salazar now over here to Grove. Grove trying to work her way inside. Now the pop pass over to Stark. Ball on the deck being fought for, still being fought for. Over to Grove. Grove's air ball hook shot, and that'll roll right to Stark. And, well, not necessarily the prettiest point you'll ever see in your life, but yeah, kind of one of those gritty plays that you like having. As Grove did a good job of keeping the play alive. Threw up a bad shot, but the alertness by Stark able to throw that one up and in. And now the horn's continuously going off. The horn works. The horn works amazingly right now. Yeah, we're still going with the horn. There it goes. The horn's laying it on thick like you're stuck in traffic on the highway. Usually people laying on the horn have the out-of-town plate on it, usually from Minnesota. Foul shot up off the back rim, bounces all around, and will rotate out. Rebound pulled down by Diemert. Now up ahead here to Backus. Backus throws a pass to Prunty. Around the perimeter they go. Vikings might have passed themselves out of a shot there, and now they pass it right to Grove. Grove going to pull the ball back. Backus did a good job of cutting her off, not allowing the fast break to continue. Grove gets a double team and will now find Oman Bjork outside for a wide open tray, and that'll be the first three-pointer of the game for the Cougars as they chop the lead down to 1. Cougars now pressing, and that's going to leave them exposed in the back, and a good-looking three there. That one rattles out, and the Vikings unable to pull down the rebound. Good-looking opportunity there for Deemer, just has not been able to get it to fall. And now Grove going inside. Quick stop and pop on the floater, and Maritzen not able to get there in time, and now the Cougars in front by 1. So quick little surge here by Morris has put them in front. Now the pass getting worked around here. Over to Deemer. Deemer again left open. Pulls down the three. Now the three coming up here by Backus in the corner. And not good, but Deemer able to get a shot opportunity inside off the miss, but leaves it shorthanded, and the Vikings just cannot get a shot to fall. Just alligator arm in some of these shots. A little too small. Now Grove for a quick turnaround two in rhythm, and got to do a better job getting out on her, and that'll be a timeout. So 19-6 is the lead here in the second quarter for the Cougars. 30-second pause, and that's when we'll be back right here on KOVC.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Jerry Edwards back with y'all here on the VCSU Athletics channel and online over at newsdakota.com for those of you listening there, and also on 1490 AM, 96.3 FM KOVC. VCSU trailing 19-16, nearly a walk there for Backus, stranded all by herself in the middle and no man's land, able to pass out of it. Now pivots around to Deemert, and that pass getting tipped away. Now you're starting to see Morris come out on defense, really pressing up on Valley City, throwing their hands up in the air, getting in the passing lanes, making things hard. Start throwing the hands up, that's when you got to start throwing the low bounce passes, try to work them around. Bit of a boxing one in the middle. Prunty now passes out of it, now nearly lost the handle on it. 6 seconds on the shot clock. Now high pass for Prunty, and can't again quite run that one down. So this zone frustrating the Vikings so far. Now Selzer will draw the reach-in foul on Maritzen. 4 fouls now on Valley City in this quarter. Now it'll be Spacer coming in. Excuse me, no, they're going to say out of bounds. My bad on that one. So out of bounds there off Morris. Now the pass to Spacer. So they're going with a 2-1-2 press, or as we like to call the box and one. And we'll take a deflection off a Cougar off a cut pass inside. Ball will belong back here to VCSU. So they're coming out there. They're pressing up high in the zone. VCSU, what you want to do is you want to overextend that zone and then try to find a cut pass inside. Last thing you do want to do is get stuck in the corner. Quick passing going to be essential here. Long pass here to Deemer. Deemer around the horn they go to Backus. Zone following them wherever they go, but Backus finds the hole inside. Run down the middle, throw up the layup, and VCSU cuts the deficit down to 1, 19-18. 6:10 left to go here in the second quarter. Lob pass inside. And lucky not to get called for the foul in the and one as Maritzen a little bit late rotating there, but the layup converted there by Mortensen. Now VCSU dangerously close to committing that violation, but they get a good look at a three and knocks it down as Ellie Broughton. So the Vikings tie the game up. Broughton gets her first three-pointer to fall. Second one of the game for the Vikings. And now Selzer going inside. Pass over here to Mortensen. Mortensen throws up a hook shot, and this time the foul will be called, and that'll be another one on Maritzen. Maritzen kind of a bit slow on the reach in there. Don't ever want your hands to be horizontal. Always want them to be vertical. Less likely to get tangled up in on the arms. So 5.5 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Tied up 21-21. Free throws coming up here for the Cougars. Mortensen. Free throw is off the mark. Low line drive for the sophomore out of Granite Falls, Minnesota. 6 foot forward. Now another free throw coming up. This one's got some more arc to it, and it'll be converted. So 22-21. 1 point edge here for the Cougars in what's been a pretty tightly contested ball game so far. Back and forth movement here by the Vikings as they try to work through this press put up by the Cougars. Quick pass inside. Maritzen, can't convert the and one, but a little bit of traffic inside there. I believe that might have been Diemert cutting inside. Maritzen was the one that got her hands to it. Had a good look at the layup, got hit from behind, just could not get that one to fall. So now free throw coming up here for Maritzen. Free throw is up and a good-looking foul shot, and that'll fall down. And now we're tied up at 22-22. Leading scorer for the Vikings. I believe that's going to be Broughton with 9. Another foul shot up. That'll hit the back rim, but a run down there by Diemert off the rebound. And now Broughton with a wide-open three. Leaves it short. Does not hit the rim, or if it did, it just clips straight down and out of play. So 15, and now the scoreboard has been turned off. 22-22. As 5:15 to go here, as we're having some technical difficulties. Not on our end, thankfully. Well, now the first action seen here for Gabby Rant. Now kicks out for a three, no good, but the long rebound controlled by Selzer, who will get a wide open look at it too as she hits the jumper, and that'll put the Cougars in front by 2. Never a good feeling when you give up a rebound, an offensive rebound, to the smallest player on the floor, who then puts it back up and in. A little bit of a bump there, no foul called. VCSU working it from side to side here. Spacier thought about the three. Now she kicks out to Broughton. Broughton pulls down a wide open three. Now to Backus. Backus pulls down the three. Pivot around here over to Spacier. Spacier is going to step into one. Knocks it down. Madison Spacier, the junior forward, able to splash down the three, and the Vikings retake a 1 point edge. VCSU now 3 of 13 from deep. They have not been shy about putting it up. Pass inside here to Mortensen, and she'll put it up and in. Mortensen able to get the better so far of Maritzen, and now that's a 26-25 edge. VCSU working the ball here from side to side as this press continues here for the Cougars. It's going to leave them exposed if VCSU is able to get the ball up quickly. Now Spacier kicks over in the corner for a three by Diemert, and it rattles out, and the ball tipped out of play off the Vikings as Maritzen was pointing over saying it belonged to VCSU, but our official disagreed, and this will bring in Osleson back to the game. 26-25 with 3:50 to go here in the second quarter on the LaRue Lockout Financial scoreboard. Cougars with the 1 point edge. Now Selzer holding up possession. We'll rotate the ball over here to Myers, who steps in for a three and banks it in. Bank shot three makes it 29-25, and this is the largest lead of the game for the Cougars, 4 points. Now rotating in the corner, Diemert pass inside for Osleson. Osleson pulls down the shot, now kicks it out to Backus. Backus with the jab step, and 3-second violation called on Osleson for one of those freshman mistakes. Kind of hoping that the referees didn't see it in time, but they ultimately able to nab her for that 3-second call. 29-25. Now into the hands of Pelzer, who's given the Cougars some good minutes off the bench. Vikings going for the steal, but can't contain it now. A step back three off the mark, but an easy rebound opportunity. Osleson lucky not to get popped for a foul. Offensive rebound pulled down regardless. by Mortensen, who has completely turned this game on its head with her play off the bench. Able to put it up and in for another 2 points, so 25-31. Basher going inside, throws a pass to Osleson. Osleson gets mugged from behind, but the referee's letting a lot of go today by both sides, and a bad pass trying to find Deemer, but that zone just causing havoc for the interior passing game of VCSU. Cougars trying to set up a one-on-one inside, bullet ball cross court. VCSU able to rotate over on defense, but leave the rotation a little soft inside, but the Cougars blow a wide open floater there. Now the Vikings running up and down the floor. Deemert yet to get going in this game. Kicks it out here over to Broughton. Broughton left all by herself. She'll step into a three, no good, and again, just can't quite get those offensive rebounds like they were getting in that first quarter. Now pass up ahead, pass though behind Pelzer, and that's going to be out of play. So 4 new players coming in, and one of them is going to be Claire Stark, right alongside Maddie Grove, Salazar, and Lindbergh. So now we'll see the first look at Avery Kuklinski. Kuklinski now bringing the ball up. Now we'll throw it into the corner. Now back to Kuklinski. Kuklinski, little jab step. Now over to Spacer. Spacer turns down a three, finds a pass inside to Backus. Now back over to Kuklinski. VCSU having a hard time hanging on to the ball. 12 seconds on the shot clock. Another inside pass for Osleson. Osleson, a little bit of contact, can't get it to fall. VCSU fighting for the rebound. Ball on the deck. Shot clock did not reset. And now it's going to be belonging to VCSU. Shot clock did not reset, so there's 4 seconds to go. VCSU's got some time to get this in, as Jordan Oman Bjork will check in here. She'll be replacing Gabby Rant. So the inbounder here will be Ashlyn Deemert. Deemert over to Ashleyson. Now inside pass for Deemert. Deemert running shot, misses everything. And now here come the Cougars working with a numbers advantage. Kuklinski trying to guard against Grove, does a good job to force the miss. Kuklinski giving up nearly a foot in size there, but does a good job to disrupt that shot. Backus going inside, had the avenue, but passes it over to Osleson, and Osleson able to find the bottom of the net there to cut the lead down to 4. 31-27, minute 05 left to go here in this second quarter. Kuklinski pestering Salazar as the ball gets rotated to the outside. Now over to Grove, but Grove lost the handle on it, and now it's Backus running the floor. She doesn't have anyone coming up from behind, and she'll coolly and calmly lay it off the glass for an easy 2. Now the Vikings trying to build some momentum here. About a 21-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Doesn't look like the Cougars are trying to set up the 2-for-1. Salazar rotating things around, sets up a good look to Grove. Grove just able to hold off the defender with that arm and set up the wide open look. So they score with enough time to keep the shot clock active, but it's only about a half-second difference. Cross-court pass here to Deemer. Deemer turns down the shot, now trying to barrel her way inside down the baseline. Wild shot thrown up, and a groan from the bench of Minnesota Moors. Deemer put way too much sauce on that one, but able to draw the foul, and she'll go to the line here for 2 shots. And, well, for a player like Deemer, you want her to shoot. She's the leading scorer on this team for a reason, but sometimes you just got to have your shooters see a ball go in the net every once in a while, and, well, for that one just clanks off the back rim. Both teams have been missing a little bit long today on their foul shots. So Deemer, the senior out of West Fargo, trying to cut this down to a 1-possession game. Foul shot is up and in, so VCSU hasn't been leaving empty-handed from the stripe, but they haven't been leaving with pockets full either. 33-30 in favor of the Cougars. Salazar now working over here in the corner, now trying to back cut pass here. Inside for Stark as she lays it up and in. 5-point edge. Vikings got to scramble here if they want to set up a half-court chug. And that should be a foul. I mean, Kuklinski just got walloped on that. You can say all you want about whether the shot's going in, but when she gets hit like that, I mean, that's about as close of a foul as you can. That's about an obvious of one as you can get, but none called right there. So 35-30 is the edge for the Morris Cougars as we go to our break. We'll be back here in a little bit with our halftime show right here on the Voice of the Valley KOVC and on the VCSU Vikings Athletics YouTube channel.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Welcome back here, everyone, to the bubble as we have ourselves a close ball game here as we reach the halftime whistle. It's a 35-30 edge for the Minnesota Morris Cougars over the VCSU Vikings. For the Vikings, they were outscored in that second quarter 25-18, and the Vikings, they're generating good shots. And sometimes the frustrating things with basketball is you're not seeing the ball really go in the hoop for Valley City, shooting 12 of 34 from the field. Obviously not a very good percentage, but you're generating the type of shots, the type of looks that you want, especially from deep. Valley City State only shooting about 3 of 15 from deep in this game, but they're generating the type of shots that you want. You just want to see them go in. VCSU's also kind of left a few points there at the stripe. Well, more than a few, only shooting 3 of 8 from the stripe. Neither team doing a great job from the stripe in this one. Morris only 1 of 3 from the charity stripe. But even for as kind of bad as VCSU has shot in this quarter, as kind of a struggle offensively as it's been, they are still only down 5 points, and the defense really for VCSU has been much improved. But you go down to kind of the percentage they gave up to Minnesota Morris. In the first quarter, the defense did a good job of stifling Minnesota Morris, held them to 5 of 13 from the field, but then you get to the second half, and Minnesota Morris proceeds to shoot 11 of 16 from the floor, and they start to get a lot more easy looks inside. Claire Stark, 10 points for her, 7 points for Shelby Mortensen. So that's kind of where they're going at inside. They realize they're not really doing anything from deep. They're 2 of 6, but they're not really getting any kind of great looks out there outside from the 2 really good looks that they've hit. But in the case, they've just kind of constantly been going inside. Manny Groves shook off a slow start to this game and had 8 points in that second quarter. Looking at the rebounding differential, VCSU still with the rebounding edge. They are up 19-17 in large part due to the 11 offensive rebounds that they have. Turnover differential still going to be on the VCSU side. 8 turnovers for the Vikings and 12 turnovers for Minnesota Morris. So, again, VCSU is doing a good job hanging in. They're getting the type of shots you want, but you got to be able to finish them. And Morris has done a good job of not making things easy here for the Vikings either. So for VCSU, the thing you're going to be talking about here in that halftime break is just we're getting the shots we need. We're running our offense correctly, and we're running it with good effectiveness without turning the ball over a lot. What we got to be able to do, though, is we just got to be able to make some shots. I think VCSU has been a little trigger shy at some point, and that kind of happens when you have kind of the whole team kind of going cold, is that nobody wants to be the person that's having, in a slump right now shooting-wise and take a shot because you don't want to be viewed as selfish or the type of mindset as that. But you got to just almost be, you don't want to say overconfident going in, but you got to kind of have that short-term memory to where you don't forget how many missed. You just got to keep shooting. And so for VCSU, they've run their offense well. They've generated some good shots. They just got to keep staying aggressive and eventually just hope that the law averages equal out, and some more shots are going to start finding the bottom of the net. For VCSU, you also need to get some of your key players going. Ashlyn Deemer has been a rough game for her. She's only got 3 points so far, 1 of 7 shooting from the field. Looking at the leading scorers for VCSU, you got Ellie Broughton with 9 points, Ashlyn Deemer with 3, Abby Osleson is going to have 7, Madison Spacier with 3, Olivia Backus with 6, and Tilda Maritzen with 2 points, both those coming off 1 and 2 trips from the foul stripes. So for the Vikings, again, got to be able to work on getting some better shots up here. Got to be working on hitting those shots as well. But, you're not getting dominated on the glass. You're doing a good job of holding your own. You just got to find a way to take away the interior game of the Cougars. And really, it wasn't their starters, I would say, that were the problem. It was the bench points for Minnesota Morris. You look at the difference, really, in that second quarter. Again, we talked about getting outscored in that quarter 25-18. Well, 12 of those 25 points came off the bench, and a big part of that was the play inside of Shelby Mortensen, who just came in and gave the Cougars kind of some instant offense, some consistent offense, able to hold her own inside defensively as well. So for VCSU, kind of their whole identity, at least early on in their exhibition play, was trying to find players that could go inside, work the paint, and be able to kind of set up the shots outside. And again, the offense that they set up has been working well. They've gotten a lot of good looks here. They haven't taken many contested looks from the outside. Again, it's just about making those looks from the outside. We'll run through the numbers here real quick one more time. Minnesota Morris shooting 16 of 29 from the field. That due in large part to an 11 of 16 shooting performance in that second quarter. 2 of 6 from deep, 1 of 3 from the charity stripe. 5 offensive rebounds, 12 defensive ones, 17 overall. 6 fouls on the Cougars, and they turned it over 12 times, assisted on 8, and have generated 4 steals. For the Vikings, they have shot 12 of 34 from the field, 3 of 15 from deep, 3 of 8 from the charity stripe, 11 offensive rebounds, 8 defensive rebounds. That'll give them 19. 5 fouls on the Vikings. And it looks like you got 4 assists to 8 turnovers, 6 steals generated by the Vikings as well. Each team with 1 blocked shot. So again, for VCSU, not out of this game by any question. Again, only a 5-point deficit. They will start out with the ball here as the Vikings come out from the locker room to begin the warm-up here before we begin our second half. So VCSU trailing by 5, 35-30. We'll be back here when it's time to start our third quarter of play right here on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and over on KOVC 1490 AM, 96.3 FM.
This is Dr. Amanda Heck, physical therapist with Mobility Plus Rehabilitation, with offices in Valley City, Lisbon, Gwinner, and Enderlin. Our mission is to provide exceptional physical and occupational therapy by highly skilled therapists to minimize pain and maximize mobility, which allows you to return to the quality of life you desire. From sports injuries to work-related injuries, neurological diagnosis, and pediatric development delays, we will evaluate and educate you on your condition, review treatment options, and create an effective treatment plan to solve your impairments based on your unique situation and needs. I invite you to call our offices at Mobility Plus today.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit ProEyeCareCenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering. We have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Welcome back here, everyone, to the W.E. Osman Fieldhouse as we get set for our third quarter play. 35-30 lead for the Minnesota Morris Cougars. Again, 11-16 is what the Cougars shot in that second quarter after starting out a dismal 3 of 15, or 5 of 13, I should say. What they really did was they found a weapon inside, and they kept going to it over and over again. The key for VCSU is going to be two-prong, stopping the inside presence of Claire Stark, who's done a really good job of kind of being that consistent option. And when Shelby Mortensen comes back into the game, stopping her. Both those players right now, big reason why the Cougars find themselves in front. And also for the Vikings, start seeing the ball go into the basket. A rough shooting quarter there for VCSU, looking at how they shot overall. Wasn't a great percentage in that first quarter. They shot 5 of 18 and then didn't really follow it up with a good shooting performance either, shooting 6 of 16 from the field in that second quarter. So need to try to string together a solid outing here in the third, start putting some pressure back here on the Cougars. Vikings start out with the ball, and we're underway again. This will be Broughton bringing the ball up. Leading scorer for the Vikings so far with 9 points. Now over here to Hebring. Hebring inside pass to Osleson. Now back around the perimeter they go. Back over to Broughton. Broughton kicks it over now in the corner. Now back around the horn. The Vikings go. Trying to create some space inside, but Grove able to get a hand to it and knock that one away. And now here come the Cougars after forcing the turnover. Vikings with 8 first-half turnovers. Now Salazar going inside. Pass finds a wide-open Grove for a 3. That one no good, but the long tip out gets right back out to Grove. She goes inside. Shot blocked by Osleson. So Osleson able to knock that one away. Doing a good job rotating over on defense. 9:18 left to go here. 17 seconds on the shot clock. Trying to set up a pass inside here to Oman Bjork. Bjork just a turnaround 2 that never really had a prayer. Rebound pulled down there by Spacer, so both teams leave empty-handed on their first possessions of this third quarter. Now inside opportunity for Diemert, and Diemert finally sees one fall down, and that's exactly what she needed to do. As we now have ourselves a 35-32 ball game. Now rotated back out here to Stark. Stark throws a pass that gets tipped away, and Diemert. Don't know if she touched that one or not. Facial expression says that she either didn't touch it or was hoping the referee didn't see it. So now Salazar working here against Broughton. Now the pass stolen away here by Diemert, trying to run the floor, has pressure coming up from behind, gets walloped from behind, and it'll be a block by Perry, and Perry will help Diemert up, and Diemert rubbing the elbow a little bit. A lot of contact there. I'm going to say that was mostly ball and slightly body. 28 seconds left to go here on that shot clock. Throw a high pass here for Osleson in rhythm and can't get the mid-range jumper to fall. Salazar with the rebound. Now the ball quickly being pushed up here by Minnesota Morris. Up top here to Stark. Stark now throws the ball back out here over to Grace Perry. Over to Grove. Grove pass inside to Stark, knocked away by Osleson. Good job holding her own. Giving up some size there. And now that's just another freshman mistake, trying to throw a pass that didn't really need to be made at that moment. Gives the ball right back here to the Cougars. And now Diemert able to create a steal, and she steps on the sideline, and that'll rip away 2 points right there from the Vikings. VCSU, again, playing good defense, forcing double-digit turnovers in that first half from Minnesota Morris. And now they'll force another one. Running the floor is going to be Broughton, and she'll lay it up and in. So Broughton cracks double figures, and the Cougars, they'll want a timeout. Seeing how long this timeout's going to be, a quick 30-second one. Back here after this word from some of our great sponsors.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
35-34 in favor of the Minnesota Morris Cougars. But they just took their first time out. Not liking what they're seeing to begin this quarter. VCSU coming out here and getting some good shots and forcing those turnovers. Outscoring the Cougars right now, 4-0. We got this deficit down to 1. Salazar working here against Broughton, who's been a pest on defense so far. And another long pass ripped away, and that's another turnover forced by the Vikings. Now a long pass up here, head here to Deemer, bobbles it, will kick it outside to Broughton. Broughton turns down to 3, pump fakes, goes inside, little side step, can't get it to fall. Ball gets batted out right to Stark. Stark saying, get this ball out of my hand. I do not dribble. Back over here to Stark on the top of the arc, kicks it out to Grove. Grove, little jab step, now kicks over to Perry. Perry now trying to drive inside against the smaller Broughton. Now back outside, Perry is going to take a 3, but Broughton gets her hand on it and gets the block. Now long pass up ahead here to Osleson. Osleson with the flyby, but leaves the layup short. Ball getting fought for here on the deck, and it's going to be the Cougars who have it, but VCSU left some points on the board, and another good defensive play by Broughton. Giving up some size to Stark with a long pass in transition, just a smart thing just to try to bat it out of bounds, let the defense be able to collect itself for an inbounds pass. But VCSU really should have had the lead there. Great play by Osleson, just left that layup a bit short. Pass gets on over here, over to Pelzer. Now they're trying to drive inside, and that'll be a reach-in foul, and I believe they're going to get that one on Spacer, and that'll be the call. Got that one to Jordan Oman-Bjork. That'll be the first foul on the Vikings. Neither side has been able to crack into the bonus yet. VCSU gave a lot of fouls away in that second quarter, but never enough to give the Cougars some free foul shots. Now pass inside. Good defense there by Maritzen to rip off the steal. Now Spacer bringing it up in transition. Or excuse me, that's going to be Deemert. Now back to Spacer for a 3 off the back rim. No good. Maritzen was working with a 1-on-3 disadvantage. Not able to bring that one in as we tick down to 6.5 to go in the third quarter. 1-point ball game. Cougars still looking for their first points here of this third quarter. Down the baseline they go. Maritzen forces a bailout pass here over to a wide open Stark who proves she can stretch the floor. Nice little mid-range jumper right there. And that'll make it 37-34. But the Vikings quickly working past a bit too hard. Now they'll find a wide open Deemert in the corner for a 3. Bobbled the ball a little bit. And now the long rebound goes out here to Pelzer. Pelzer in transition throws up a contested mid-range shot. No good. Deemer got outworked for the rebound, and it'll cost the Vikings 2 points and perhaps more. Oman Bjork just outworked Deemert, who didn't feel the pressure coming from behind. And Bjork just wanted that one a little bit more, got the offensive rebound, put it back up, drew the foul as well, and that'll make it a 5-point game. Coming in now is going to be Backus, and Backus has had herself a pretty solid day for VCSU. 6 points off the bench. Playing some good defense as well. Cougars have not shot it well from the foul stripe, only 1 of 3, and now make it 1 of 4, and that'll be an over-the-back foul. Kind of a silly foul to give away if you're Lindbergh there. Knew you weren't going to get the rebound, but just kind of one of those trying to do a little too much reaching over the top there. That'll be the first foul on the Cougars, and Oman Bjork checking out. So VCSU going to inbound the ball here to Broughton, trailing by 5, 39-34. We take down to 6 minutes to go here in the third. Broughton with the ball up top here, being given some room, and now Pelzer will come out to suffocate her. Now inside for Backus. Backus' shot is left short. Again, good looks, just alligator arm in a lot of these shots, leaving them short of the rim. Good defense right there, and that one's going to be ripped away by Hebrink. Hebrink pass up ahead here to Broughton, and Broughton lays it in through a contested look. And Hebrink hasn't been scoring a lot, but her defense combined with Broughton has been forcing a lot of turnovers. They quickly go inside here to Mortensen. Mortensen, though, blows the layup. Mortensen versus Maritzen is going to be the matchup to watch here for the last 5 minutes, perhaps, of this third quarter. Now we're to Spacer. Spacer's hit a 3, but she'll drive inside. A lot of contact, no call, but it doesn't matter as she fights through the contact and lays it off the glass. And now it's a 1-point game again, 39-38. 5 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Lob pass inside over to Mortensen, but the Vikings rip it away. They're starting to catch on to the Cougars' game plan. Now Spacer picks up her dribble over to Broughton. Wide open 3, banks it in, knocks it down. 41-39, timeout taken by the Vikings. 30-second pause. Back here in 30 seconds on KOVC and on the VCSU Vikings Athletic Channel.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on three major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Here over at the bubble. Now the Vikings with the lead after the banked in three by Broughton. Well, when it's your night, it's your night. She's leading the team in scoring, and, well, sometimes the bank is open super late here. 41-39, 4:40 to go here in the third quarter. Vikings back in front by 2. Pelzer's been getting a lot of playing time, about the equal to the original point guard, Salazar. Back around the perimeter they go, trying to find a way to get it inside. Now they'll posture it out here. Ball gets tipped away, run down here by Maritzen. Maritzen now pass up ahead here, a lot of contact, and there will be the call, and that'll be a foul call possibly on Mortensen. No, they're going to actually get the foul on Pelzer. So Pelzer gets popped for the foul, second foul on the Cougars. That'll also be her second personal as well. Valley City also hasn't shot the ball well from the stripe, but they knocked that one down. Hebrink trying to get herself going a little bit here. No points in that first half. And she'll go 2 of 2 from the stripe and now push the VCSU edge to 4 points. 4:15 left to go here in the third quarter. VCSU now their largest lead of the game, and nearly another steal for Broughton. Just a little too close on the sideline there to contain that one. Pass intended for Anna Myers. So now the pass will be put up here to Caitlin Lindberg, the sophomore from Clearwater, Minnesota. Over to Pelzer. Now back around the horn here. Now they throw a pass inside, but way too long for the outstretched arm of Shelby Mortensen. One of those unforced errors that the Cougars have kind of been falling into here as we take now to 4 minutes to go. Now VCSU pushing it up here, trying to perhaps catch them off guard, but good fallback on defense. They work it in quickly here to Spacier. Spacier now with a bailout pass to the perimeter. Backus inside, throws it over to Mortensen. Maritzen able to get that one to fall, 45-39. Maritzen, Johnny on the spot right there, and she's done a good job of containing Mortensen. Now they go pass inside. Backus coming in on the double team. Mortensen trying to go through the contact, and that'll be and one. And it'll be interesting to see who they call this on. There were 2 potential suspects on this. And they will get that one on Tilda Maritzen. Second foul for her, third on Valley City. Foul shot is up and off the back rim, no good. So the Cougars continue to leave a lot of points at the stripe. Now in transition they go. Kick out to Backus. Now up top here. Broughton for a 3. Can't rattle it home, but a good rebound by Spacier. She's put in a couple of big offensive boards. Now Backus inside, runs into trouble. Maritzen gets Mortensen off her feet, but blows the layup. Ball gets tipped out, and it'll belong, I think, to Valley City State, and it will. Maritzen did everything right, just could not get that shot to fall. 3:17 to go here in the third quarter. 45-41 in favor of VCSU on our LaRue Lockout Financial scoreboard. Backus inbounds the ball here over to Hebrink. Hebrink back up top here. Over to Broughton. Broughton dumps the ball inside to Maritzen. Maritzen, little do-si-do, and around you go, and in for 2. Got Mortensen leaning, 47-41. 3 minutes now to go in the third. VCSU in front by 6. Now Perry trying to work her way inside. Pass over to Salazar. Salazar in amongst the trees. Finds Mortensen. Mortensen gets bumped on the follow through. No call. Rebound by Maritzen. Now pass up ahead here to Backus. Backus back to Broughton. Broughton now over here to Spacier. Dump pass inside here for Maritzen. Maritzen through the contact. Can't get it to fall, but it's another foul. It's another foul on Mortensen, and that'll draw in Claire Stark from the bench alongside Oman Bjork. So Maritson starting to get some confidence now. Starting to get more plays drawn up for her. Now you're just hoping that she can start knocking both of these foul shots down. Struggled in that first half from the stripe. Foul shot is up and short and a bit off to the right as well. So that'll keep things at 47-41. So Maritson getting another crack here. Foul shot is up and short again, and it'll roll off to the side. So an 0 for 2 trip. First time VCSU has left empty at the stripe. Salazar now over to Stark. Stark nearly lost it, and now getting double teamed, and now VCSU will fall back into the base defense. Now Stark trying to bully it in herself. Going right at Maritson. Spinning layup, good. Well, Stark eventually said, no one's open. I'm going to do it myself, and got it to fall, 47-43. Now inside for Backus. Backus got it tipped out of her hand on the way up. So 2:07 to go as ball is retrieved. So it'll be Broughton with the inbound here. Broughton throws it up top to Backus. 23 seconds on the shot clock. Now pivots out. Oh, had some space, but will pass it back out around the perimeter to Broughton. Over to Spacer in the corner. Now to Maritson. Down low. Maritson leading them one way. Trying to go the other. Good defense by Stark. Hook shot no good. Ball gets tipped out, and it'll be off VCSU. Stark does such a good job, really, of holding her ground. Standing at 6'2". Does a good job of just keeping those arms up and not trying to overplay her size, so to speak. Salazar using a screen to try to create some space. Will give it to Stark up top and will throw it away. Bullet ball that got away from her, and this will bring in Maddie Grove. Grove will sub in to replace Anna Myers. 47-43. Now Broughton will get the inbounds here, and now Spacer will be the one bringing it up. Spacer kind of operating as the point forward. Had it knocked away, but got it back. Now a wide open look here, but VCSU turns it down, passes it into a tight window. Hebring had an open look for three, but pulled it down, tried to drive down the baseline. Pass was knocked away by the Cougars, so 21 seconds on the shot clock here for VCSU to operate with, and they will get called for the inbound violation, as I believe that was Broughton trying to inbound that one and just saw that foot scoot forward and went across that line. Costly turnover there potentially for the Vikings. Oman Bjork with the ball working against Spacer. Now back over to Salazar. Bullet ball inside here for Grove, but she overcooks it. Now Backus bringing it up. Minute 10 to go here. Now a potential wide open look is passed out of, and Hebring, don't know if she's just not comfortable shooting from that angle, but she's it. But if she is, that's got to be kind of a just quick trigger shot right there. Up top here to Broughton. Broughton throws it inside to Osleson, and well, was looking for Backus off a good cut. But again, both these teams have done a good job of getting their arms and hands in the passing lanes and deflecting balls away. So Broughton inbounding it again. We'll throw it up top to Backus. Backus pivots it inside to Spacer, but knocked away again, and that'll run a few seconds off the shot clock. 15 seconds to go on the shot clock. 1:01 to go here in the third quarter. VCSU in front by 4. Broughton set to inbound it in the corner. We'll throw a long pass up here to Backus. Backus pivots it around. Now over to Hebring. Hebring pulls it down. Now throws a pass inside to Osleson. Inside to Backus. Backus has a good look and lays it up and in. Osleson did a good job to hold up possession and wait for someone to come to her, and Backus able to make it a 6-point lead. So 43 seconds. Now Salazar inside here. Over to Stark. Stark got cut off. Now back to Salazar just outside the corner. Mid-range two and knocks it down. Tough shot for Salazar. So VCSU will get it in. Shot clock and game clock almost virtually in sync. Maybe about a half-second difference. VCSU can essentially hold for the final shot, but Morris has been pressing. Broughton turns down the open three. So VCSU might be trying to run this down as much as they can. Again to Broughton. Now over in the corner. Hebring cross-court pass now. Now, good look for three. That one rattles out. 6 seconds now for the Cougars to bring it up. Bringing it up quickly, possibly looking to Stark. Now Perry pulls back for a three. No good. Rebound by VCSU, and they'll go into the third quarter with a 4-point edge, 49-45. Back here in a bit with the start of the fourth quarter as VCU tries to close this one out.
Experience the thrill, Feel the passion and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Olin can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
And we're almost set to begin our fourth quarter play. VCSU leading 49-45 on our LaRue Lockout Financial scoreboard. Leading scorer for the Vikings going to be Ellie Broughton with 16 points. Next leading scorer is going to be 8 points with Olivia Backus. So the guards carrying a lot of the load for VCSU today. They forced 24 turnovers, only turned over the ball 11 times themselves. 15 steals for the Vikings. Minnesota Morris still shooting well. About 46% from the floor, 21 of 44 overall, but still haven't shot the ball well from the outside, only 2 of 9. VCSU, again, not the highest efficiency from the outside, but got a couple of shots, but got a three-pointer to fall. They're now 4-20 from deep. Improved their shooting percentage as well, now 20 of 52 from the floor. Rebounds now in favor of Minnesota Morris, but it's not as lopsided as I think Morris would want it, only 29-28 edge. So now it'll be the Cougars trying to mount a fourth quarter comeback here, as it'll be Grove set to inbound the ball. Grove looking to get to Salazar, nearly knocked away by Hebrink. And we're back underway here. Salazar working against Backus. Good game for her off the bench. Nearly rips free the turnover. Now the pass inside to Grove. Double team by Valley City. Stolen away by Spacer. Underrated performance by her. If we get a chance to talk about her, she has had herself quite the impressive day off the bench. Now a little pass here. Good job by Backus to keep it alive as back around the perimeter it goes. Inside opportunity here for Osleson. Osleson inside and up and in. Working against the taller Claire Stark, but it doesn't matter. 51-45. Good looking possession there to start out things for VCSU. All now into the hands of Salazar. Back around the top here to Oman Bjork. Inside pass here to Stark, and that's going to be an over the back foul. They're going to pop that one on Osleson. That'll be the first foul for VCSU. VCSU leading in terms of total fouls committed, I believe, 9-8. Now make it 10-8. But they haven't gotten too costly with them to where they start giving away foul shots. Ball up top here over to Perry. Back here to Oman Bjork. Inside here for Stark. Stark working against Osleson. Osleson holding her ground and can't quite force the miss. VCSU looking for a travel from the sideline, but not going to get it. 51-47. Now back up top here. Oh, a wraparound pass here, wide open three, knocks it down, and it's Madison Spacer. Putting VCSU up by 7, their largest lead of the game. 8:45 to go here in the fourth quarter. VCSU coming out hot offensively in this final frame. Stark working with the ball past the three-point arc, looking inside Oman Bjork. Bjork can't get it to fall. Spacer with another rebound. Now up ahead here to Broughton, leading scorer for the Vikings. She's done a good job of staying composed and not forcing her shots. Inside opportunity perhaps for Hebrink. She'll pass it out to Backus. Backus going inside, has the angle, a lot of contact, and will draw 2 shots. Interesting to see who they call this on. No shortage of suspects, and I believe they're going to get that one on Perry. So that'll be the first foul on Perry and the first foul in this quarter for the Cougars. 54-47, 8:22 to go here in the quarter. Foul shot coming up here for Backus, and it'll rattle out. Well, free throws are going to be on both coaches' minds here. The Cougars 1 of 5, VCSU 5 of 13. Foul shot is up and in, so VCSU, they haven't left empty-handed much, but you definitely know that Vanessa Johnson would like her team to start making more than they've missed. Salazar works the ball around here up top. Jab step by Oman Bjork. Inside, got bumped on the way up. Doesn't matter, fights through the contact, puts it up and in. Lead down to 6, 55-49. VCSU continues to work with pace, but now the pace bites them as they throw it away. Grove gets cut off by Spacer. Spacer does a good job falling back on defense, forces the miss and the rebound. will be out of bounds off the Vikings. Good job there by Spacier to fall back on defense, able to force that miss. Spacier now into double figures with 12 points. Again, her defense and hustle, underrated aspect of this VCSU team so far, and that one gets kicked away. One thing that's not underrated, though, is the amount of turnovers the Vikings have forced. Well over 20. Now pass over here to Ashleyson. Pump fake, goes inside, got Stark off her feet and lays it up and in. Use your speed when you're outsized, and that's exactly what she did, 57-49. Now Grove throws that one away, and now Ashleyson hustling, and the reason why she's hustling on that, even though it would have been back court, you can run that down, you can get a free point there. Now VCSU, 7:26 to go here, up by 8. So when you start putting in the players you trust the most, you're going to take care of the ball. Backus has been playing well. Looking for her to take care of it. We'll find Broughton. And Broughton leading scorer, but hasn't really forced the action that much. Playing in the system. Good 1-2, but Backus blows the layup. About the third layup VCSU has left hanging on the table. Well, it could be a comfortable double-digit lead. Still an 8-point advantage. Missed by Mortensen, not able to get the secondary rebound, and now ball being pushed up here by Broughton. Broughton over to Ashleyson. Ashleyson pump fakes and will draw the foul, and that'll be 2 shots coming up. So 2 shots coming up here, 57-49, and this will put Ashleyson on the line. So Ashleyson, 1 of 2 from, or 0 of 2 from the stripe, I should say, make that 0 of 3. Need to start putting these points away here if you're VCSU. Next foul shot is up, and it is much, much better. 58-49. Again, VCSU, they haven't walked away empty-handed much, but definitely foul shooting going to be an emphasis in the next few weeks of practice. Long pass here over to Perry. Perry working against Backus, trying to barge her way inside. Lowered the shoulder a little bit. Good rotation there by Ashleyson to cut it off. Tough shot for us. Perry runs it down. Ball did not hit the rim. Shot clock didn't reset. Shot clock now down to 10. And Ashleyson, and you love the hustle there, but it kind of went around the back right there. Chopped down on the arm. And it's going to be another foul on her. That's her third. Now they're going to pull her. You'd say for probably, you would say 2 to 3 minutes just to keep her from picking up that 4th foul. Diemert hasn't seen the floor much in this second half. Now Maritzen trying to generate the steal there, and Maritzen has done a good job really of containing Shelby Mortensen. That was a big matchup in the second quarter that allowed the Cougars to get that halftime lead. Since then, she's done a good job of shutting her down. Now they're trying to set up a bit of a give-off play there. Mortensen kicks it around over to Perry. Perry throws a pass, and that's away, and into the bench. Savannah Pelzer, the intended target, but was cut into the corner, and the ball got thrown to the wing. 58-49, 6.5 minutes to go here in the 4th quarter. So when you can start thinking about running a little bit of clock, Broughton going inside amongst the trees, kicks it out now. Over to Spacier. Spacier, mid-range 2, doesn't get the kind roll off the rim, left it a bit short, high off the rim, and then straight to the floor. Pelzer lost the handle. Now it's Backus. Backus pushing it. Has Broughton off to her left. Nice bounce pass up ahead, but she's too far underneath the rim. 58-49, 6 minutes to go. Another missed layup. That's about 4 on the day for VCSU. Now they're possibly looking inside for Mortensen, but they'll rotate it back up top to Perry. Perry throws a pass inside here over to Wasink. Wasink, turnaround shot, no good. Mortensen gets the rebound, and she'll draw the foul, and she'll get 2 shots here. And that's going to be on Maritzen. So 2 shots coming up here. See if I can find the free throws here for Mortensen. 1 of 3 from the stripe, and we'll get ourselves a full timeout here. Back in 1 minute here on KOVC and online at the VCSU YouTube channel.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. Get your next project started. Contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit proeyecarecenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
58-49, 2 foul shots coming up here for Shelby Mortensen. 1 of 3 from the stripe overall. Gets 2 foul shots here. 3rd foul on Hilda Maritzen. So that foul shot will rattle in. Got the lead down to 8. 5:45 to go here. Next foul shot. Shot put up there and rattles home. Kind of roll you expect to get if you're the home team. And, well, haven't really gotten that roll all game. So 2-2 trip here as now Vikings lead by 7. Pass off here to Diemert. Slow day for Diemert. Passes over to Broughton. Now potential double team setting up here. Diemert left open for 3. Pump fake goes inside. Now over to Broughton for 3. Rattles out. Rebound pulled down by Maritzen. Now back outside to Prunty for 3. That rattles out. And the rebound pulled down by Perry. Opportunity to run clock there for VCSU, but the shots were a little too good to turn down. Now Perry with the ball, being guarded by Broughton, and now a good hand in there by Elise Hebring to knock that one away. We're talking about underrated players. Hebring probably has been up there again. Not a big scorer in this game, but now I believe she's gotten at least, I think, 4 steals in this contest so far. Had 2 going into this quarter. Now pass over here. Ball gets rolled out. Nearly lost possession, and Pelzer will pass this over to Perry. Perry trying to slide her way inside. Rotates it back out. Pass inside to Grove, and Grove left all open. Mismatch with Hebring. 5'5", trying to guard 6'1", and that's just easy buckets right there for the Cougars. 5-point advantage. Now they go inside to Maritzen, and Broughton runs down the ball and now has to worry about getting trapped in the corner. We'll pass it over here to Hebring. Hebring trying to knife inside, draws the attention of the zone. Cross-court pass here to Prunty, and now coming in here will be Backus. So Prunty was coming in there essentially, I would think, for rest. How little she's played in this second quarter, just essentially trying to stem the tide long enough to allow your kind of more impact players to get some wind underneath of them. 5 seconds now on the shot clock. Over to Backus. Backus has to see it. Drive it inside. Throws a pass in the corner. 3 ball from the corner. Can't get knocked in. Not Diemert's night. 4:20 to go here in the fourth. Pelzer now throws it to Perry in the corner. Being guarded by Broughton. Broughton tempting her to go down the baseline. She'll rotate it back out. Now to the free throw line. Just inside the perimeter she goes. Rotates it back up side to Stark. Trying to set up some cuts here. But VCSU holding strong. Now Grove inside. Hook shot no good. Ball tipped up in the air, and it'll be Maritzen running it down. Upside pass here for Diemert. Diemert, mid-range 2, no good. And now Maritzen gets popped for the reach-around foul there. Trying to do too much, and now that's her 4th. This will draw Spacer back into the game. And you would imagine, yep, this is also going to be Ashleyson checking back in. So that'll send Diemert and Maritzen to the bench. 58-53, 3:45 to go here in the fourth quarter. That is the 4th foul on Maritzen. Now pass inside to Perry. Perry underneath, blocked from behind, but right to Stark. But Stark misses the putback. Ball being fought for, and it'll find its way over to Broughton. Broughton passes it over to Backus. Backus over to Broughton. VCSU can take their time here. They want to run some clock, but they also need to generate a good shot. Not out of the woods by far. Now inside opportunity over to Broughton. Broughton, 15 seconds on the shot clock, trying to go inside against Pelzer. And Pelzer gets popped for the reach. So that'll be the 3rd foul on the Cougars. Bit of an interesting scenario here with the lack of fouls. The Cougars, if it does get down to where they'll have to start fouling VCSU, they'll have to take some time here to rack up those fouls. Over now for a mid-range 2 to Backus. No good, but Ashleyson runs it down. She's trying to go up and under. Gets tied up from behind. Will now back it out. And now pass gets tipped away, and Spacer unable to run down the tip pass. Now over to to Starks. He'll pass it over to Salazar. Salazar had some room but got cut off, now trying to drive inside. Looks to set up Stark on a give and go, and that'll be a foul on Asleson. And fouls are starting to rack up here on VCSU. And so it will be a shooting foul. So 40, big 40 in red, clear start going to the line here. 6'2" sophomore from Hoffman, Minnesota. Foul shot is off the back rim. So again, neither of these teams shooting it well from the stripe. That now makes the Cougars 2 of 9. Good for a balmy 22%. That one's up there, and that's off the rim, no good. And nearly collision there by the Vikings. Now down with inside, 3 minutes to go. Best thing for the Vikings is to take as much time as they can and then hit a shot. And Broughton nearly throws it away but gets it back over to Spacer. Spacer in the corner now. Hebring for three, knocks it down. She's been hesitant all day but pulls the trigger and knocks it down to make it an 8-point game. 2.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Now VCSU needs to start stacking some stops together. Pass inside, knocked away. Ball ripped free by Hebrink. Hebrink does a smart job to pull it back. Clock now just needs to be run down. Over here to Spacer, now in the corner to Backus. Backus in the corner, now a little jab step. Goes inside, gets trapped on the baseline. VCSU smartly takes the timeout. Trying to draw something up here. It'll be a quick 30-second pause, and we'll be back then right here on the VCSU Athletics channel and KOVC.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Holland can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy.
61-53, VCSU with the lead. 2:07 to go. Foul situation as it stands right now. 5 fouls on VCSU, so the Cougars in the two-shot bonus. The Cougars still have a bit of work to do. They need to give up 2 more fouls before the Vikings will find themselves in the two-shot bonus. Both teams have struggled from the line. Spacer, good look, has her shot blocked, tips it up in the air. Scramble drill breaks out. Backus has it. Tried to throw a pass inside, stolen away. Might have been trying to do a bit too much. Now it'll be to Grove. Grove working against Backus. Backus trying to shut her down again. Long pass over here to Salazar. In the corner it goes. Broughton tried to get the steal. Perry's shot airballed. Now over here to Broughton. Minute 45. You'd expect this would be when the Cougars would start committing some fouls. Try to save some time when they can before it gets too late. You're the Vikings. You're just sitting on this. Broughton left open for 3. She does a smart job of turning it down. Now will collapse the defense inside over to Spacer. Dagger coming up. Knocks it down. 64-53. Double-digit edge for the Vikings. First time either side has had a double-digit lead. Minute 15 to go here in the fourth. Salazar, nice inside. VCSU gets the block from behind by Broughton. Couple of blocks for Broughton today. So that'll put the shot clock down at 19 seconds. It'll be Grove set to inbound it. Tries to throw a pass inside. Spacer able to get a hand on it. No, it'll knock it out of play. They're trying to get it over in the corner to Mortensen. So now they got all their big players in. Perry, Mortensen, Stark. Now they rip the pass inside, and good defense there by Backus to knock it away. And, well, even if it takes us 1 second at a time to get through this possession, VCSU's playing tight defense. Now they throw the pass inside to Stark. Gets double teamed. Now rips the pass inside. Grove with the turnaround shot. You're okay for giving that up for VCSU. Again, you'll trade 3 for 2 all day. And again, the Cougars still not trying to foul here. Now if you're Vikings, you're just passing around. Asleson inside, got bumped from behind, missed the shot, got her own rebound. Now swings the elbows around, no calls. Spacer again for a 3, misses it off the side. VCSU not gonna be able to run it down. 64-55. So if you're VCSU, if you get the stop here, you pretty much can ice this game with some well-timed foul shots. If you're the Cougars, you need a 3-pointer here without much time coming off. You're the Vikings, you're willing to give up 2 here. Ball gets pushed high outside to Grove. Grove knifing inside. VCSU gives her room. She clanks it off to the side, and again, the Cougars look like they're going to allow this to run out. 1 second differential between the shot and game clock. Ball gets pushed outside. VCSU can just hold this ball and run the clock out. They're still whipping it around. Now they throw up a late shot. Can't get the layup to fall, but Spacer gets the rebound, and that'll seal it. The Cougars aren't going to press, and the Vikings are going to get out of the bubble with a 64-55 win over the Minnesota Morris Cougars. We'll be back in a little bit for our postgame show here on the Voice of the Valley, KOVC, and on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel.
This is Dr. Amanda Heck, physical therapist with Mobility Plus Rehabilitation, with offices in Valley City, Lisbon, Gwinner, and Enderlin. Our mission is to provide exceptional physical and occupational therapy by highly skilled therapists to minimize pain and maximize mobility, which allows you to return to the quality of life you desire. From sports injuries to work-related injuries, neurological diagnosis, and pediatric development delays, we will evaluate and educate you on your condition, review treatment options, and create an effective treatment plan to solve your impairments based on your unique situation and needs. I invite you to call our offices at Mobility Plus today.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
Welcome, everyone, back here to the bubble as we get to our post-game show, as it was a win here for the Vikings today, 64-55, outplaying the Cougars in that second half, outscoring them 19-10 in the third, then 15-10 in the fourth. VCSU slowed the game down to a grind, started to shoot the ball. Again, not a great percentage from the field, but considering where they were at, a much better performance, talking about going into the first half with only 12 makes in the first half, and then you're pretty much able to put together kind of a more consistent effort, I would say, offensively. Still only made about 13 shots from the field, but again, you slowed the game down, you made it a grind, you took away the inside presence of Minnesota Morris, which allowed you just to make their lives harder. And in a grind, the VCSU team was just the better squad today. Taking a look at the final statistics, we have 40 rebounds here for Minnesota Morris, 41 today for Valley City. 11 fouls for the Cougars, 14 on VCSU. It is looking at the assist, 11-10 in favor of the Cougars. Turnovers, that is the difference in this game. 30 turnovers for the Cougars, only 15 for VCSU. 19 steals for the Vikings, only 8 for the Cougars. Final shooting statistics, 25 of 69 for VCSU, 25 of 59 for Minnesota Morris. 2 of 9 from deep for the Cougars, 7 of 27 for VCSU. Free throws, well, that's going to be both coaches' bugaboo. It's going to be 7 of 16 from the line for VCSU, 3 of 9 for Minnesota Morris. And for Valley City State, just got good production really from their guards. Ellie Broughton, 16 points in the game, was 7 of 14 shooting. 2 of 7 from deep, managed to pull down 4 rebounds as well to go with 3 assists. Got a couple of blocks in there as well to go with 3 steals, so a nice stat sheet day for her. Abby Ashleyson had a good day as well. 11 points, 11 rebounds, double-double for her. Or, excuse me, looking at the wrong one. 12 points, 6 rebounds for her on the day. Got a couple of block shots in there as well, 3 steals. The double-double, though, that's going to go to Madison Spacier. 11 points, 11 rebounds for her off the bench. 5 of those offensive rebounds for her, and hit a couple of big threes. 3 of 7 from deep in this game. You're talking about the likely suspects of who would be the shooters on the outside for the Vikings. And, well, Maddie Spacier probably not going to be the one that immediately pops up, but she had herself a great game all over the floor today for VCSU, doing a great job, really, of making sure that kind of the offense got quelled there for the Cougars and making sure that when she needed to make the big shot, she made the big shot. Another underrated player in today's game, Olivia Backus, 9 points for her, 30 minutes off the bench. Got a couple of steals, and that's the one thing for VCSU. Everyone that played pretty much got steals. Tilda Maritzson, 2 steals. Backus with 2 steals. Madison Spacier with 3 steals. Abby Ashleyson, Ashlyn Deemert, Ellie Brodden, Elise Hebrink, all with 3 steals as well. So really you're going to look at this game and just say defensively for the Vikings, that is what it just came down to. Defensive effort, getting the hand in the passing lane, causing those tip passes. And even though it wasn't your night shooting, you made it a grind. You found a way to win. You hit big shots when you need to hit big shots, and you got just enough production from beyond the arc. Sometimes it's not how well you shoot, but when you shoot, when you make the big shot, and that's what VCSU did. They started to make some big shots down the stretch, help them create that gap necessary, and they'll win today 64-55. Taking a look at our LaRue Lockout Financial scoreboard. We'll be back here in maybe about 15 minutes or so with the start of our pregame show for our second game of the day. It'll be Ryan Cunningham on the call. It'll be VCSU versus the Minnesota Morris men's team. And for those listening on KOVC, we got some music for you. And again, we'll tune back in when we're ready to start our Sanford Health pregame show right here on the Voice of the Valley, KOVC. This is Jerry Edwards here, signing off. I will see y'all next time. A reminder that tomorrow we have some Valley City Highliner volleyball. That'll be coming up here at 6:45-ish tomorrow over on KOVC. Thank y'all again for tuning in. Let's get y'all listening on KOVC to some more great music.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse as we get ready for game number 2 of our matchup tonight. It's the first doubleheader that we have that is involving the weekday rush. And so tonight we get set for the University of Minnesota Morris and Valley City State in game number 2 of the doubleheader tonight after the Viking women come up with a hard-fought victory tonight, a game where they trailed for a good chunk of that matchup before they were able to come back and pick up the victory tonight. It's 1 down and 1 to go for Valley City State as we get ready to roll into this one this evening. And we welcome you to the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse on campus of Valley City State University for the Vikings and the University of Minnesota Morris. It's been a really good start to the season for the Viking men's basketball team. Valley City State coming into the night at 3-0 and coming back after their win over Briar Cliff. And that was a big win for the Vikings last week. They came up with a win over a team that's predicted to do some interesting things in the Great Plains Athletic Conference, perhaps compete for a midway spot in that particular conference's finish. And the Viking men found themselves down 10-0 to start, came back to lead by as many as 24, and then had their lead cut to as few as 5 before they ended up picking up the victory in that matchup by a 7-point margin. And the reigning North Star Athletic Association Player of the Week in the form of Aguanaiwesh will be on the floor tonight for the Vikings. Aguanaiwesh had a 20-point performance in that matchup and put himself in a nice spot to pick up a weekly award. Standing in their way, the University of Minnesota Morris, a team that is opening their season. They've opened their season against the Vikings the last couple of years. The Vikings get a bit of earlier starts than the the NCAA Division III level. And so the University of Minnesota Morris comes down the road to play a team that's played 3 games already, albeit a couple of those games against teams from Manitoba that might not have been on the level that the Vikings are used to seeing. But with the game against Briar Cliff underneath their belt, this Viking team is battle-tested as they get ready to go up against the Cougars tonight. We'll have our starting lineups and the tip-off for tonight's matchup coming up in just a couple of moments. So we invite you to stay with us from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. The bubble, it's the Vikings and the Cougars of the University of Minnesota Morris tonight here on the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC, on our YouTube channel at VCSU Athletics and online at newsdakota.com.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
This is Dr. Amanda Heck, physical therapist with Mobility Plus Rehabilitation, with offices in Valley City, Lisbon, Gwinner, and Enderlin. Our mission is to provide exceptional physical and occupational therapy by highly skilled therapists to minimize pain and maximize mobility, which allows you to return to the quality of life you desire. From sports injuries to work-related injuries, neurological diagnosis, and pediatric development delays, we will evaluate and educate you on your condition, review treatment options, and create an effective treatment plan to solve your impairments based on your unique situation and needs. I invite you to call our offices at Mobility Plus today.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball tonight here on the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC. Ryan Cunningham with you. My thanks to Jerry Edwards for taking on game number 1 this evening here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse as the Vikings were successful in that matchup over the University of Minnesota Morris. And the Viking women picking up their 4th win of the season with a 64-55 victory over the Cougars tonight. And now it's the Cougars in game number 2 this evening, as we will get set to see what the Cougar men have in store for Valley City State coming up here tonight. Our pregame report brought to you by Sanford Health Valley City, here for all and here for good. And we'll take you through what we have as far as our look at starting lineups for tonight's matchup and get you ready to go. Up next for the Vikings, just before we get into our starting lineups tonight, volleyball, and it's going to be a big one for the Viking women coming up. The Viking volleyball team will be at home right here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse as they will get set to go up against Dickinson State University coming up on Friday night, and that is an opening round North Star Athletic Association tournament game. So a big one coming up when we get ready to go on Friday night. It's win or go home for the Viking women at this point. With the rankings the way they are, it's unlikely that the Viking women are going to find their way into the national tournament without a tournament championship. So it's important for the Viking women to come up with something big, and they start that tournament run at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse coming up this coming Friday night. And we'll have the matchup for you, of course, right here on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. So we'll have it for you there. And we'll also have it for you on newsdakota.com with video coverage, radio coverage here on KOVC also. Let's take a look at our starting lineups tonight. First of all, for the University of Minnesota Morris and the Cougars, the guards are Gustav Gunderson, 6-foot junior from Sauk Rapids, Minnesota. Paul Dack, a 6'3 senior from Lincoln, Nebraska. And Dom Aguilar, a 6'3 senior from Fergus Falls, Minnesota. Forwards tonight, Leroy Staples Fairbanks, 6'4 junior from Cass Lake, Minnesota. And Ethan Milkey, 6'7 freshman from Zimmerman, Minnesota. Head coach is Paul Grove. For Valley City State tonight, the guards, Tyrell Krieger, 6'2 junior from Owatonna, Minnesota. Lamar Grayson back in the lineup tonight. Grayson, a 6-foot senior from Richfield, Minnesota. Also at guard tonight, Agua Naiwesh, a 6'4 senior from Austin, Minnesota. The forwards, Caden Grindy, 6'4 junior from Spring Grove, Minnesota. And Odair Olang, a 6'6 senior from St. Cloud, Minnesota. The head coach of the Vikings is Ryan Montgomery, and he told us as he talked to us after the matchup with Briar Cliff that he's got a really good basketball team right now. But he said that it can go a couple of different directions, so there's certainly nothing in the bin at this point. But this team does seem to have a lot of potential as it comes into the season. Odair Olang is going to take the jump against Ian Fay, who will get the start tonight for Minnesota Morris. And I may have put a wrong starter out there. It's not Ethan Milkey, it's Ian Fay, a 6'7 first-year player out of Pelican Rapids, Minnesota, that fills up their starting lineup. And Fay and the Cougars will end up winning the opening possession of the night. The Vikings will open up man-to-man defensively. Cougars with Paul Dack on the perimeter, looking to drive back to the top of the key. A pop to the top for Fairbanks, who takes that wing spot. Back to Dack, three good. And the University of Minnesota Morris will have the opening scoring tonight at 3-0 as the Vikings get their first possession this evening. Tyrell Krieger looking double high ball screen. Comes back left wing and hands off to Odair Olang. Olang looking down low. Grindy trying to set up on the right block. He'll take a post entry, cuts it across the lane, trying to find the main scorer for this Viking team early, Lamar Grayson, who had a big weekend against Brandon University as the Vikings got going last weekend. A crossover, Grayson hard to the rack, ended up having a ball knocked away from him as he went inside. Only 2 seconds left to shoot as it's out of bounds. And the Vikings will have possession of the basketball, but will have to hurry. Krieger set to inbound. It comes out to Odair Olang. He'll take the three from the right wing, left it short. It didn't draw iron. That'll be a shot clock violation, and Minnesota Morris will end up getting the basketball for the second time. Not quite a minute into the game, 3-0 on a three-point shot by Paul Dack for Minnesota Morris. The Vikings, little 2-2-1 trapping pressure at the midcourt, and Minnesota Morris ready for it. They step up front with Fairbanks, bringing the ball into the front court. Look left side for Dom Aguilar, who will bring it back top of the key. A throw-up three by Gustav Gunderson that won't fall. Agua Naiwesh the rebound. Vikings want to roll. Odair Olang pushing the tempo on the right side of the floor. Back to Naiwesh on the wing. Krieger in the top of the key. Driving, spinning right, kicking out. Naiwesh is left alone. Three-point shot rattles in and out. And the rebound comes down for Ian Fay and the Cougars. 3-0. Minnesota Morris on top. A step up the floor, look down low, and Fay open against Naiwesh. Shot was altered from behind, and Naiwesh comes up with a loose basketball. He'll outlet to Grindy on the right side. Krieger taking a shovel pass, driving, hard take to the basket, goes to the rack and scores on a two-hand scoop, and is on his way to the foul line as well. Big take to the basket, drawing the contact from Ian Fay. It'll be his first. Tyrell Krieger scores his first points tonight. Look at it again on the newsdakota.com replay. This is a great play for Tyrell Krieger, taking the ball in the wing from Grindy and just looking to dribble penetrate. Took the hit and just kind of threw it up with two hands and gets it to go in. The foul shot will not go in. It's hard off the heel. The rebound to Paul Dack for Minnesota Morris, and the Vikings are within one after the missed foul shot. A drive on the right side, head fake. Gustav Gunderson is fouled. He goes to the basket, scores, and now Gunderson has an opportunity to go to the foul line as Grindy coming out to foul him. Pushes the lead to 5-2, and Gunderson's going to have an opportunity to make it a two-possession game here in the early going. Gunderson grimacing a little bit, might have taken a hit on that, and will walk to the foul line. And it looks like Paul Grove is going to send a substitute in, perhaps, for Gunderson if he can make the foul shot, which he does. So Gunderson with a three-point play makes it 6-2. And Gunderson's on the way off the floor. He'll be replaced in the play by Brian Larock Jr., a 6'1 junior from Lower Brule, or Lower Brule, rather, South Dakota. 6'2 Cougars with a 4-point lead over the Vikings on the Rulaco Financial scoreboard. Odier Lang handing off. Lamar Grayson drive. Hard take to the basket. Lamar goes to the basket and scores. He had 43 points in the opening weekend. Didn't play against Briar Cliff due to an arch injury, but appears to be okay tonight. Vikings cut the lead to 2 at 6-4. Aguilar into the front court. Looks to Ian Fay on the right side. Back to Aguilar once again. Near side of the floor now. Ball picked up by Fairbanks. Fairbanks looking in. Dak flashes open. Right elbow. Trying to back down Nywesh. Back out to the top. Aguilar spinning against Grindy. Stop and a look towards the far corner. Picked up there by Larocque, going hard down the baseline. Threw up a prayer as the shot clock was to expire. Nearly went in. Rebound picked up by Odier Lang, and the Vikings are back into the front court. A little between the legs dribble on top. Lamar Grayson picking his spot. Tyrell Krieger coming back to the basketball. Off to Odier. 3-point shot for Lang, and the big post player steps out and splashes another three. Going to be tough to defend the Viking 3-point threats that they have on the floor throughout the course of the season. They have several of them that are comfortable on the perimeter. Vikings take the lead for the first time at 7-6. Aguilar on top spinning. Pulls up on a mid-range teardrop jumper and missed it. Rebound to Caden Grindy for the Vikings. Grayson back up front. Running the break with Krieger. May have walked, got away with it. Underneath Grindy cuts baseline. Wraps around to the basket. Reverse layup. Caden Grindy scores. Little transition play for the Vikings, pushing tempo up the floor. Fourth Viking to score is Grindy, and the Vikings are up by a score of 9-6, 3.5 minutes into the matchup. Ian Fay on top, working right side and a dribble against Odier Lang, a stop. Kick out to Larocque, ball top of the key, given up to Aguilar. 3-point shot from the left corner, trickles around and won't fall. Rebound underneath Odier Lang, who's having a good night on the boards thus far. Krieger on top, working left side, crosses to his right hand. Nywesh to the top of the key for Lamar Grayson. Off the jab step, pull up three, that comes up empty. This time the board to Staples Fairbanks for the University of Minnesota Morris. 9-6 Vikings, played a little better than 4 minutes in the opening half. Aguilar court wide, Staples Fairbanks on the right corner. Dak to the top of the key for the Cougars. Working back to Larocque on the left wing, into Fay against Odier Lang. Post entry pass too strong. It'll be out of bounds off the Cougars, and the Vikings will get the basketball back. Cougars will make a change. James Hughes, a 6'1 junior from Bradenton, Florida, will make his way onto the floor for the first time. Also a change in the post. Carvin Fish, 6'7 first-year player from Sisseton, South Dakota, is on the floor. I seem to remember him being on the roster last year. They still list him first year. Krieger driving, kick out. On the right, Lamar Grayson traveled as he tried to set up his dribble, and this ball will go back to Minnesota Morris. Carvin Fish was definitely on the roster last year, and I believe played against Valley City State, maybe a first year if he took an injury or ended up redshirting for Minnesota Morris. They still list him as a first year. Larocque coming back towards the near side. Fisher stepping up into the front court, double team trap. The Vikings have him in some trouble. He was able to work back to Larocque, who looks down low, and Odier Lang jumped to pass inside for Fish. Knocked it loose. The loose ball to Lamar Grayson. Vikings up the floor, and Krieger wants a transition three. Ends up strong. Rebound pulled down by Staples Fairbanks for Minnesota Morris. Cougars still leading by, trailing by 3. Ball top for Larocque. He'll give to Paul Dak off the left wing, working against Grindy. Right-hand dribble. Kick out right corner. Head fake. Hughes working his way in the lane. A kick back to Dak. Catch and shoot for the 3. Missed it. Rebound battle on the near side. The ball's knocked out of bounds. It'll be last touched by Carvin Fish of Minnesota Morris. And the Vikings get the basketball back. Played 5 minutes and change rather quickly here tonight. Vikings with a 9-6-3. 4 different players have scored for the Vikings. A 3 by Odier Lang is the lead at this point. And we'll see a little hand check whistle coming up as James Hughes puts a hand on Odier. Vikings will make a change. Shahid Muhammad comes into the game. Muhammad's a senior, transfer out of Arden Hills, Minnesota, and had a very nice weekend as we got to know him for the first time as well. Also played well early against Briar Cliff last week. On top, Olang, couple of stutter steps, working left side, off a seal. Muhammad's open for 3, comes up short, and the rebound underneath is pulled down by Minnesota Morris' Staples Fairbanks. 9-6, Viking lead, still 3. It's been a little stagnant offensively here. Dak into a double team, and a foul coming up as Agua Nywesh came over to close the double team and put a hand on Dak. First foul against Nywesh and the second against the Vikings. And Valley City State will watch as the Cougars make a couple of additional changes. Tariq Iyab, 6'3", senior out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, will come into the matchup for the first time, and we'll also see Jace Nelson, a 6'2 sophomore from Poplar, Wisconsin, into the matchup. Eob stopping on the right side. They work back out on top. Ball comes back to the top of the key. Nelson looking down low, trying to find Hughes. Ball back to the top. Eob out of the right corner. Look in for Carvin Fish. 15-footer on the baseline. Missed at the expiration of the shot clock, but Minnesota Morris drew iron. They can go back and get that as they do. Eob off the right wing, looking back towards the top. LaRock taking the basketball and working back towards the corner. Throwing the back end towards the basket, Jace Nelson. He goes into Fish, spinning on Odier. Shahid Muhammad knocked a pass away that was intended to the corner. And with 3 seconds left to shoot, the Cougars maintain possession. Vikings will send in Oseno Nagome, 6'7" senior forward from Osseo, Minnesota. He'll get his first minutes to replace Odier Olang in that post spot. Inbounds pass, Eob off the inbounds play. LaRock for three is short. That's out of bounds at the expiration of the shot clock. They'll say the shot did not draw. And the Vikings will get the basketball back. It has been a long time since somebody scored. 9-6, the Vikings by 3. We played nearly 6.5 minutes of the opening half. Krieger off a screen to the right side, into the corner for Nywesh. Couple of jabs on Eob. Off to Grindy on the right side. Muhammad takes the top of the key. Muhammad working left, into the corner. Oseno Nagome, hard take to the basket. Off a little jump step, he'll score. Oseno Nagome hitting the follow-away in the lane. 5 different players have scored for the Vikings, and the Vikings work their lead to 5 at 11-6. Eob for the Cougars on top, working right side. A kick out to LaRock. He got a seal. 3-point shots off the heel of the rim and won't fall. Tyrell Krieger the rebound, 4 on 3 the other direction, and Nagome slipped as he tried to make a cut into the baseline and ends up traveling with the basketball. Nagome upset with his play on that situation and just had a foot give out from underneath him, and it causes the Vikings to lose a possession. Vikings up 5 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard, 7 minutes into the matchup. It's 11-6 in favor of Valley City State. Carvin Fish handing it back to the top for Hughes. Hughes working right side, Eob in the corner, directing traffic. Hughes will go away from him though, drives inside, reverse layup, and Hughes will score. Picking his own spot his way to the basket, Hughes comes up with a bucket to cut the Viking lead to 3 at 11-8. Shahid Muhammad on top, being chased by Hughes. Muhammad looking, Oseno Nagome takes the basketball, works off to the right side, hands for Agua Nywesh. Nywesh spins around a defender, goes hard in the lane, counted in one. Agua Nywesh getting athletic as he goes to the basket for his first scoring of the night. And the Vikings will once again put a new man on the scoreboard as a foul will go against Jace Nelson. Take a look at it again on the NewsDakota.com replay. What a play here by Agua Nywesh, working his way in the lane. Took the contact there, had his legs cut, goes to the basket and scores. And the Vikings get an opportunity to 3-point play with the lead now 13-8. Back to a 5-point edge for the Vikings. They'll try to take it to 6. Nywesh's foul shot won't fall. Boy, the Vikings have had a tough night, 0 of 2 from the foul line thus far. They were very good from the foul line against Briar Cliff, but tonight that success has evaded them. Still a 5-point lead for the Vikings. Ball on the top of the key and a dribble by Jace Nelson towards the wing. He'll hand it back to Dom Aguilar, who's re-entered. Eob off the left side. Working to the left wing for James Hughes. A stop against the Viking defense. Look towards the top of the key. Back for Hughes. Off the dribble, a 3-point shot, banked it in. Didn't call bank, but James Hughes now with 5. And the Viking lead again trimmed, this time to 2, by a score of 13-11. Shahid Muhammad handing to Oseno Nagome. Agua Nywesh to Lamar Grayson coming back to the basketball. Grayson finger roll got fouled. And the foul will go, I believe, against Tariq Eob. Nope, they're going to get Carvin Fish for the foul. Boy, didn't see that in there. That might have been a little bit of a late whistle based on where that drive for Lamar Grayson stopped, but they're going to get Carvin Fish for the foul for Minnesota Morris, and the Vikings are at the foul line, and Lamar Grayson will hit the front end. 3 for Lamar Grayson. Ian Fay back in the matchup to replace Fish in the post spot for the Cougars, and the Vikings will send Jaden Pacha into the matchup for the first time. 6'5" senior out of Houston, Texas. Second foul shot for Lamar Grayson. Finds it. 2 of 2 the foul line for Lamar Grayson. Vikings back up 4 at 15-11. 11:40 to play in the opening half of basketball. Nelson backcourt playing catch against the trap. Shahid Muhammad forces a turnover. Outlets to Oseno Nagom. What a shot block going hard to the basket. The ball goes loose, and Iyab is able to pull it away for the Cougars and works back into the front court. The Vikings denied an opportunity. Iyab working back towards the left side. Kicks back out towards the top of the key for Hughes. Into the corner. Aguilar for three hits. Dom Aguilar with a three-point shot for the Cougars. And the Cougars have cut a one-time Viking lead of 5 down to 1 at 15-14. Just a 1-point lead right now for Valley City State. Ball top of the key, Lamar Grayson. Pacha, he'll pull the trigger for three, and there it is. Jaden Pacha, another three-point threat stepping into the floor. Pacha, now the 7th Viking to score tonight. No Viking has more than a single field goal. The Vikings lead by 4 at 18-14. A travel in the backcourt, stutter step by Jace Nelson. And the Vikings will get the basketball back after a turnover, chance to open up a 3-possession lead on a 3-point play. Lamar Grayson to inbound. Shahid Muhammad waiting for the basketball near him on the near side of the floor. Muhammad takes it, and the Vikings go to work with a 4-point edge at 18-14. Screen set by Oseno Nagom, little floating pass, picked up by Agua Nywesh. That slipped out of Shahid Muhammad's hands. Nywesh driving, spin move, hard take, finger roll off the glass. There's Nywesh just breaking him down. 20 points against Briar Cliff the other night. Agua Nywesh picking his spot. The Vikings up 6 at 20-14. Ian Fay for the Cougars. Gives it off top of the key, Jace Nelson. Now James Hughes on the right wing. Hughes coming back top of the key. Handing for Tariq Iyab. He'll look left corner. Nelson's got all day on a 3 and sticks it. Jace Nelson with a 3-point shot. Couple of Viking defenders got sucked into the lane, and there was no chance to get back out to the perimeter to even challenge the shot. Viking lead cut in half. It's 20-17. Valley City State. We get a dead ball in the next timeout. Or I should say rather timeout on the next dead ball. Oseno Nagom handing to Jaden Pacha. Pacha hard into the lane. Blocking foul coming up against Minnesota Morris. Pacha's lucky. He had the shoulder down as Hughes tried to take that spot. They're going to call a blocking foul on Hughes. And that should bring us to the media stoppage, and it will. Timeout for media with 9:44 to play opening half. Your score on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard, Vikings 20, Morris 17. This is Viking basketball. Timeout for Mobility Plus Rehabilitation. And we're listening to Viking basketball on KOVC with viewership. NewsDakota.com and on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC. Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com. Timeout for media with 9:44 to play. It's a timeout for Mobility Plus Rehabilitation. Vikings leading by 3 at 20-17. Agua Nywesh with his second field goal a moment ago leads the Vikings in scoring with 4, but for the longest time, the Vikings had several players on the scoreboard with a single field goal each. Nywesh right now leading the scoring with 4 for Valley City State. According to the list, Lamar Grayson has 4 as well. You know what? I missed a couple of foul shots for Lamar. He's talking about the field goals, but didn't get to the foul shots. Jaden Patcher with a 3, Odiuro Lang with a 3. And Tyrell Krieger, a single field goal. Caden Grindy, Oseno Nagom, also with 2-point field goals for the Vikings. And the Vikings have the basketball in the front court coming out of the media stoppage with 9:44 to go. Tyrell Krieger will inbound the basketball. He finds Olang in the right corner. Back to Krieger. Couple of crossovers. Hard take. Krieger pulling up and had a shot blocked by Dom Aguilar. Cougars the other way on the run. They'll get to the basket, and Fairbanks goes to the basket and misses. had a chance, but Staples Fairbanks comes up empty in transition, and Lamar Grayson spin move, whistle, and a foul coming up. And I believe they're going to put Lamar Grayson on the foul line. Cougars trying to sell a charge in that situation. Now they're saying the basket counts, but I don't believe the official knows it wasn't a made basket. He's found out now, and so it'll be 2 shots at the basket for Lamar Grayson. And his first is no good. The foul, by the way, was against Paul Dack, and that will be Dack's first. 4th now, rather 6th against the Cougars. Second foul shot is on the way, and Grayson rams that one home. 3 of 4 the line tonight for Lamar Grayson. He's got 5. Vikings back up 4 at 21-17. Cougars with a new man of the game. Thomas Tiernan, a 6-foot junior out of Morris, Minnesota, ends up turning the basketball over. Pacha, hard to the basket, scores in transition. Jaden Pacha now with 5. Vikings a takeaway breakaway, back up 6. 23-17 as we approach 9 minutes to go here in the opening half of play. Dack up top to Ian Fay. Fay a stop back to Dack, looking left side. Kicks the ball away to Tiernan off the left wing. He'll work back towards the right to find Dack on a pass across the top. Ian Fay, left wing, thought about a 3, hands it off for Dack to set the seal. Dack doesn't take it. Aguilar will and comes up short off the front of the rim. Loose ball rebound to Odier Lang, having a nice night rebounding the basketball. Tyrell Krieger, hard take to the basket, pulls up and floats it over the front of the rim. Tyrell Krieger, so good in transition with 4. And the lead is 3 possessions for the Vikings now at 25-17. We mentioned Odier Lang. We'll take a look at his rebounding numbers coming up here in a couple of moments. But Odier is having a pretty good night rebounding the basketball. He's had an early start in this one. Drive to the basket, Dom Aguilar will score. Left all by himself, Don Aguilar, a scoop to the basket for 5. They've got Olang for 3 rebounds in the early going to lead the Vikings. 25-19, lead cut to 6. Valley City State on top. Olang's hit a 3 already once tonight, stares one down, but keeps the dribble alive. Finds Tyrell Krieger, jab stepping in the corner. Krieger looking across for Lamar Grayson, forced the issue. That's taken away by Staples Fairbanks. And the Cougars are on the break. Dack in the right corner, turning it back. Tiernan will pull the trigger for 3. Left it short. Shahid Muhammad with a loose ball rebound. Finds Grayson, who wants to push tempo and scores. Boy, that can happen fast. Lamar Grayson gets up the floor and scores, and it doesn't take long for Grayson to finish that fast break. We've had some really solid athletic plays tonight. You can tell the Vikings trying to get up tempo throughout the night. Lead back to 8 for the Vikings at 27-19. Dack off the jab step, kicking left wing. Tiernan left corner, head fake, drew a defender. Works it out to Aguilar. Now Dack again right side, off the front of the rim. Rebound comes out near wing. Tiernan picks up a loose ball offensive board for the Cougars and spins it back into the corner for Staples Fairbanks. Fahey wants a 3, just standing there. Hit the backboard, nothing more. Rebound Pacha, and he wants to break. Shahid Muhammad barely kept the ball in bounds, but is able to maintain a possession for the Vikings. Pacha on the top of the key, crossing right, ball picked. Paul Dack has got it. He's off to the races against Grayson. He'll go to the basket and miss the layup. Comes up empty. Grayson got back to put some defense on. Turns out to be a good play, and here's the Euro step for Grayson. He misses a running layup, and the ball's out of bounds off of Morris on the rebound. Go back a moment ago on the NewsDakota.com replay, and you'll see just how fast this fast break can happen. Rebound, Shahid Muhammad up the floor. Grayson, hard take. I mean, it's that quick for the Vikings to get up the floor and score on you, and that's just a 2-man offensive rebound. Nothing fancy about it at all. They just get up the floor and score. And we've got a timeout for Mobility Plus Rehabilitation. We'll take it with you here from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. Vikings lead 27-19. Back in a moment.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Timeout taken with 6:38 to play here in the opening half. It's a Minnesota Morris timeout. Vikings leading 27-19 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Lamar Grayson with 6 to lead the Vikings in scoring. Jaden Patch off the bench with 9 tonight. Viking basketball out of the stoppage. They can go up double figures. Krieger stepping through defenders and scores. Tyrell Krieger, we've seen him do that a handful of times. It's the point guard finding his way in the post, and he's got such a quick pivot foot that his ability to get down there and do things like that, really, really a special thing. Vikings on top by 10 at 29-19. Ball off to the top of the key, drive right side. Thomas Tiernan to Paul Dack. He'll work right side. Dack got to the basket, wave off his take to the basket, however. Going to see a foul coming up here against Valley City State. The Vikings have had a history of finding point guards that can post up as Tyrell Krieger picks up the foul. We've seen that before from various Viking point guards that will go in and just find a way. And you don't expect that play very often. It's probably one that you should. And as more teams see it on film, they'll be aware of Tyrell Krieger's ability. Here's a pull-up three off the inbounds pass that was knocked out by Brian LaRock. Fifth three-point shot to fall tonight for the Cougars. Those three-pointers keeping them in the game. 29-22, Vikings with a 7-point lead. Tyrell Krieger backing up, working right side. Able to find his way to Lamar Grayson, and now Grindy on the top of the key. Grindy stopping and looking. Odier Lang drawing a defender into the corner. Goes hard to the basket and then had the ball knocked free. He went down the floor to find it. There's a huge scramble. Dack picked it up. Somehow didn't get called for traveling, and Thomas Tiernan will come up with a possession for Minnesota Morris. They go into the middle of the Viking trap. Carvin Fish back on the floor for Minnesota Morris, working back to Tiernan. Crossover dribble, handoff, top of the key. This is taken by LaRock. Now Staples Fairbanks to the head fake to draw a defender. Jump stop left elbow. Found the cut to Tiernan, who goes to the basket and scores the reverse layup. And it's 5 in a row for the Cougars to cut the one-time 10-point lead to 5. 29-24. Vikings by 5 with 5 minutes to go in the opening half. Krieger stepping left. Kick out. Ogwin Iwesh. Jab stepping on Dack. Goes hard into the middle of the lane and misses a tough pull-up shot. Trying to go behind his head with a hook shot. Rebound to LaRock for the Minnesota Morris Cougars. Into the corner, Dack, a stop along the baseline against Grindy. Back to LaRock on the left wing, who will circle out to the middle of the floor, and Lamar Grayson comes out to get him. LaRock working right side, a stop into the corner for Staples Fairbanks. Staples Fairbanks pulls the trigger, hits a three. Leroy Staples Fairbanks hits the 6th three-point shot for the Cougars, and that's an 8-0 Minnesota Morris run to cut a 10-point lead to 2 for Valley City State at 29-27. Odier Lang handing for Lamar Grayson. A step and a look, trying to find Odier in the left block. They'll work it back to Krieger in his post-entry pass. Wild Carvin Fish comes up with a takeaway. And here come the Cougars again. Chance to tie or take the lead. Dack to the top of the key. Working off to the top for Staples Fairbanks. Back to LaRock. And now looking right side. Carvin Fish will hand it back to Dack. Screen set. Dack drives opposite the screen and picks up a foul. And if it's against Krieger, the Vikings going to have to make a move with their point guard position, and they will. Tyrell Krieger with his second foul tonight. And this will necessitate Shahid Muhammad coming into the matchup. The Vikings have a few different options they can go with at the point guard spot, but I believe they're comfortable with a lot of minutes from Shahid Muhammad and Lamar Grayson as the off guards. They don't necessarily want them bringing the ball to the front court. So with Krieger off the floor, this changes the Viking offensive scheme a little bit. 29-27, Grindy disrupts a pass that was intended for Tariq Iyab, who's back in for the Cougars. Tiernan working top of the key, finding LaRock. A stop into the corner. Tariq Iyab back to LaRock, working right. Jump stop, looking, kicking back out. Three on the way by Hughes is good, and Morris takes the lead. That's an 11-0 run for Minnesota Morris as Hughes scores his 8th, and the Vikings will have to use a timeout. 30-29, the Cougars by 1 over Valley City State. We have a timeout for Mobility Plus Rehabilitation. This is Viking basketball on the Voice of the Vikings, Voice of the Valley, KOVC, with video coverage on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and at newsdakota.com.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit ProEyeCareCenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering. We have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
Welcome back to Viking basketball here on the Voice of the Vikings, Voice of the Valley, KOVC. Ryan Cunningham with you tonight from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. And the Vikings have surrendered an 11-0 run after going up by 10. The Vikings at one point a 10-point lead at 29-19. And that lead has now been challenged and overtaken by Minnesota Morris on an 11-0 run. 30-29 Cougars. Main reason? Cougars 7 of 16 from the three-point line. They've shot 44% from beyond the arc on the opposing team's playing floor here in Valley City. Shaheed Muhammad off to Aguaniwish on the right side. Grindy will pull up for three from the top of the key and hits it, and the lead will swing back to the Vikings. Caden Grindy getting a good look at a three-point shot. He's got 5. 32-30 Vikings back up 2. Ian Fay, middle of the floor, will give back. Behind him, to James Hughes, who's had a lot of minutes since coming in off the bench. He's being hounded by Aguaniwish. Hughes, stop-and-go dribble, poked away from him from behind. Loose ball to Oseno to go. He's on a 4-on-3, kicks to Muhammad. Transition 3 is strong. Grindy swipes the rebound back to the perimeter. Ball's going back to Minnesota Morris. Vikings make a change off the timeout. Genesis Kemp, a 6'6 junior out of Grand Rapids, Michigan, finds his way on the floor for the first time. Cougars will inbound with the basketball. It'll be Dom Aguilar that will send it back in. He finds his way to LaRock, and the Cougars survey their options down 2 with 2:45 to play here in the opening half. A stop by LaRock, working right side. He's able to find James Hughes. A handoff to the top of the key as Dom Aguilar curls back to the right side. LaRock a head fake. Aguilar off the left side, now Eyob. And into the corner, Hughes. Take down the baseline, tries to jump his way inside the defense. He's trapped underneath the basket, in some trouble, pulls up, just left it wild over the rim. Loose ball to Grindy, and the Vikings want a fast break quickly. They'll leave it for Genesis Kemp, hard to the basket, scoop layup, missed it. And the rebound to Ian Fay. The Cougars screaming for a charging call they won't get. They'll just say it's a no call on the contact. And the Cougars are back into the front court of the basketball. LaRock on the top of the key, stepping back out by the circle. We're inside of 2 minutes to go in the opening half. LaRock found an alley, drives, and then kicks it out. We'll see a foul coming up before the pass. It's going to go against the Vikings, Shaheed Muhammad. That'll be his first, the 5th on Valley City State. So one more to give for the Vikings before the penalty. And James Hughes will inbound the basketball for Minnesota Morris. They bring all 4 high along the foul line. Ball to the right corner, Dom Aguilar stepping down the baseline. A stop against Grindy. Comes back to the near side for Jace Nelson. Nelson back out on top, broken up by Aguaniwish, and he got fouled. That should be an intentional foul. And Aguaniwish comes in and confronts James Hughes on it, and they may have called technical fouls on both Niwish and Hughes on the end of this. Yeah, that's what it's going to be. Aguaniwish got back in and decided to confront Hughes. Hughes reached out and grabbed a hold of Aguaniwish, who was trying to get up the floor on a fast break, and actually pulled Niwish back toward him. And right now, Ryan Montgomery is asking the official for an intentional foul. The official's not going to go with it, and I believe that Coach Montgomery has an argument. There was no play on the ball on that foul that Aguaniwish absorbed. The play was on Niwish, and that usually, intentional fouls don't have to be hard, gruesome, or flagrant. They can just be intentional fouls because you went to the body and you did not go to the basketball, and there was no play made on the ball at all in that situation by James Hughes. I don't believe they shoot foul shots on, we can call offsetting technicals, but Aguaniwish was fouled on the way down the floor, and that was the 8th against the University of Minnesota Morris. And so Aguaniwish will go to the foul line to shoot the 1-for-1 penalty. First is on the way, and it's no good off the heel of the rim. Genesis Kemp saving the rebound, but threw it away, and a save to Dom Aguilar. And here comes Minnesota Morris. They're up a man as Genesis Kemp went sprawling out of bounds. And Eob to the basket, ends up taking some contact on a shot. That was missed. Caden Grindy comes away with the basketball. He tries to dunk and got fouled from behind by Ian Fay. And this one's starting to get a little out of control quickly. Fay threw hands in on Caden Grindy, who's upset on the back end of that. Grindy coming back out to the foul line. I think he was yelling at Fay from a distance that he was upset about that foul. Ian Fay picks up his second. Now, they had 4 on James Hughes on the board a couple of moments ago, but I don't know that that's accurate. Grindy shooting 2. He was in the act, and his first is good. But we've got some emotions on the floor after the foul that had Aguanaiwesh held in the confrontation and technical fouls that offset. Second foul shot is good for Grindy. That time Grindy was hit, and there was contact on the other end as the Cougars tried to score and didn't get a foul. So Minnesota Morris got frustrated, started laying in some contact. Grindy took exception to that, and this could be kind of a ruckus ball game throughout the course of the night. Ball, Jace Nelson on the left wing for the Cougars. Cross to his left hand, hard take to the basket, and Genesis Kemp will be called for a foul. That will be number 6 on the Vikings. Or will it be 7? It looks like it will be 7. This will be the 1-for-1 penalty. Clock down to 1:14 to go, and Carvin Fish will come back into the matchup to replace Ian Fay. So we'll see foul shots for Jace Nelson. This will be 1-for-1 as well, and the first is good for Nelson. He's got 4 tonight. And the lead is 3 at 34-31. Valley City State. Second foul shot by Nelson is good. And it's now a 34-32 Viking men's advantage. Shahid Muhammad into the front court for Valley City State. Working left off a screen, trying to come back towards the right, being chased down, and a lot of contact against Muhammad as well. Genesis Kemp, a fall-away 3 off the heel. Muhammad comes up with a loose ball rebound, works to Pacha coming left. He's blocked up by Dak, turns it back to Oseno Nagome. Hand off, Muhammad steps into another 3, that one's short, and this time Carvin Fish has the rebound for the Cougars. Inside of 45 to go, there is a differential of 18 plus, and the Cougars are into the front court with the basketball. Ball to the right side, Tariq Eob kicks out, Paul Dak pulls the trigger for 3 and delivers the lead back to the Cougars. Paul Dak with his second three-point shot to fall tonight, and the 3 has been a key part of the Cougars' offense this evening. There is still a differential here, but it's about a second and a half. Vikings into the front court looking to play for the final first half shot. Shahid Muhammad up high. He's got 2 ball screeners out with him. Oseno Nagome to his left, Jaden Pacha to his right. He works towards Nagome on his left. Now got a screen from Pacha to come back top of the key. Clock at 3 seconds, and he tried to kick to Grindy, and Grindy picks one up and throws it up on a fall away, and we got a whistle. And a shot clock violation is the call against Caden Grindy. They're going to set the clock to 0.5 seconds, and the Cougars, despite trailing by 10 at one point in this matchup, are going to take the lead into the opening half. They won't get a shot off, and that will be the end, I should say, into the locker room at the end of the opening half. Minnesota Morris with a 35-34 lead at the end of a half of play tonight over Valley City State University here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. Tough first half of basketball for the Vikings defensively as they were hurt badly by the three-point line. Minnesota Morris coming out of that first half with three-point shooting of 8 of 17, 47% from beyond the arc for Minnesota Morris in that opening half. And the Vikings will have to figure out how to close out on some shots as they go into the locker room. Our halftime report brought to you by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo, and we will have our halftime report for you coming up in just a couple of moments. So we invite you to stay with us for halftime on the way here in just a couple. Vikings trailing by a score of 35-34 against the University of Minnesota Morris. And we'll see if the Vikings can turn things around as they come out to start the second half. This is Viking basketball on the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC, with video coverage at newsdakota.com and on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Welcome back to Viking Basketball, the voice of the Vikings and the voice of the Valley, KOVC, from the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse tonight with our special coverage at newsdakota.com with video coverage, and also you can find our coverage online at the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel tonight. 35-34, the Cougars with a 1-point lead over Valley City State. The Vikings led by 10 in this matchup at 29-19 before the Cougars went on an 11-0 run to take a 30-29 advantage. The Vikings had more time with the lead in the opening half, but the Cougars have the lead going into the locker room as we make our way towards half number 2. Our halftime report is brought to you this evening by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good. Rambo is your headquarters for all of your promotional products. They have both promotional items and apparel for you. They know how important it is to promote your team or business. So talk to the folks at Rambo, find out how to get it done quickly and to get it done right and get it done with the right quality that you're looking for to promote your team. Rambo, we're in the business of making you look good. The Vikings, again, at one point leading 29-19. It looked like they were taking some control of the basketball game at that point, but Minnesota Morris came storming back, and the big reason their three-point shooting in the opening half was tremendous. They shoot 47% from beyond the arc in the first half of play, 8 of 17 from the three-point line. The Vikings shot 52% from the field, but they were 3 of 11 from the three-point line. Their looks just came in the interior, and in the long run, Minnesota Morris just with more threes than twos, and that's why the lead is what it is at this point, this 35-34 edge for Minnesota Morris. The other statistical categories, Vikings out-rebound Morris 18-14, 3-2 on the offensive glass in that first half of play. And, the Vikings playing rather well in that first half of basketball. They did turn it over 9 times, and Minnesota Morris turned it over just 7. That's uncharacteristic for the Vikings as far as the turnover category is concerned. But the Vikings did a lot of things right. They just don't have the lead going into the locker room due to the blistering three-point shooting of Minnesota Morris. Individual numbers, Morris led by 8 points from James Hughes, who knocked a couple of three-pointers down in that opening half of basketball. 6 points for Paul Dack. He had a couple of rebounds as well. 5 points apiece for Dom Aguilar and Jace Nelson, and Dom Aguilar chipped in with some rebounding also. As those rebounds that I was looking at belong to the guy down the list from him next, and that's Leroy Staples Fairbanks, who comes in with 3 points. He also had 3 rebounds in the opening half of play. Another 3 points coming from Brian LaRocque on a 3-point shot. We also saw a very early 3 from Gustav Gunderson, 3-point play, that is. Gustav Gunderson only played 2 minutes. He started the game, scored 3 points that we haven't seen him yet. Thomas Tiernan comes up with a 2-point total in the first half as well. For Valley City State, balanced scoring, Caden Grindy with 7. Lamar Grayson with 7. 6 points for Tyrell Krieger, who got into foul trouble. And really the Vikings weren't their same selves throughout that second stanza after Tyrell Krieger had to exit with a couple of fouls in that first half. Agua Nywesh with 4, Jaden Patcha with 5, Odiero Lang with 3, also 3 rebounds. Nywesh had 3 rebounds to go with his 4 points as well, and 2 for Oseno Nagom in the first half. But the Vikings find themselves down 35-34 due to some impressive Minnesota Morris foul shooting. Take a look at some of the first half highlights when we come back on our Rambo halftime report. It's brought to you by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a 2-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Holland can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
This is Dr. Amanda Heck, physical therapist with Mobility Plus Rehabilitation, with offices in Valley City, Lisbon, Gwinner, and Enderlin. Our mission is to provide exceptional physical and occupational therapy by highly skilled therapists to minimize pain and maximize mobility, which allows you to return to the quality of life you desire. From sports injuries to work-related injuries, neurological diagnosis, and pediatric development delays, we will evaluate and educate you on your condition, review treatment options, and create an effective treatment plan to solve your impairments based on your unique situation and needs. I invite you to call our offices at Mobility Plus today.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC. Welcome back to Viking basketball. Vikings trailing at the end of the opening half to the University of Minnesota Morris, 35-34 as our halftime report continues. Brought to you tonight by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. Let's take a look at a few of our highlights from the first half of play tonight. First of all, Tyrell Krieger, you can see what the Vikings can do when they can get their point guard at work. He finds a way to scoop himself inside, and a tough two-handed scoop shot draws the harm as well, finishes early in the matchup. Tyrell Krieger was going. The Vikings got him in foul trouble a little bit later. This is another tough take to the basket. Agua Naiwesh hard to the frame, goes in, banks one in for a score. The Vikings looking good at that point, trying to get out to that lead. And then later you'll see how quickly things can happen off of the rebounded basketball for the Vikings. They go hard to the basket in transition. They tried a lot of that. Shaheed Muhammad with the breakaway pass out to his target, Lamar Grayson, who ends up scoring on that. And the Vikings at one point had a 10-point lead, but then trailed by 11, or rather trailed by 1 after giving up an 11-0 run by a score of 30-29. And now currently are sitting in a place where they are at the, I guess you could say, 1-point deficit at this point as well, spot by a score of 35-34. Upcoming schedule that we have for you for games to come for the Vikings. Cross-country championships. Those will be in Valley City coming up on Friday. And the weather looks like it's going to be very nice for it. Also, volleyball on Friday night here at the W.A. Osmond Fieldhouse. The Vikings will take on Dickinson State, opening round of the NSA tournament. And then on Saturday, Dickinson State comes to town for football. Viking men's basketball team on the road at Dakota Wesleyan on the 9th. The women on the road on the 12th. And men's basketball will go to Bemidji State on the 13th, and that's what's on the way for the Vikings in the future. Vikings currently trailing by a score of 35-34. Second half of basketball is on the way next, so stay with us. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC, along with our YouTube channel, VCSU Athletics, and at newsdakota.com.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Why choose professional eye care centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit proeyecarecenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional eye care centers, clearly the best.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume. Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering. We have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
We get ready for second half basketball tonight here on the Voice of the Valley, Voice of the Vikings, KOVC. Newsdakota.com with our video coverage. And, of course, on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, a Wednesday doubleheader. And, you know, it's interesting. The Vikings schedule, I was taking a look at it before we got going. When we get into conference play, 7 home dates for the Vikings this year. That's it. And that seems like plenty. They're going to play everybody in the league 3 times throughout the course of the year. And so 7 home dates that they will have throughout the course of the season. But it's going to go fast. And so once it gets started, head on out here to the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse to take in some really good basketball. The Viking women looking good in their win that they had tonight. And the Viking men, an extremely athletic, fast basketball team, just have to now find a way to defend that three-point line a little bit as they struggled with that aspect of the game in the opening half. Cougars shot 8 of 17 from the three-point line in the first half, 47% plus. So Valley City State will be looking to reverse some of that as we get going in half number 2 tonight. Vikings will inbound the basketball to start the second half. And Caden Grindy with 3 Vikings waiting for the basketball. We'll send it back to Tyrell Krieger, who has to be careful. Picked up that second foul in the opening half. Odier Lang taking the ball high. Aguaniwesh to Lamar Grayson. Grayson stops on the foul line and finds Krieger on the perimeter. Krieger looking for a screen and roll. Instead takes it himself, got to the basket and scores. Tyrell Krieger picking up where he left off in the opening half. He's got 8 now on the night. That's a good sign for the Vikings to get him going. And he just used the screen. There wasn't a whole lot fancy about that, but just kept using screens. Either was going to roll with Lang or go to the basket, and they left him open. He took it to the basket and scored. Vikings by 1, 36-35. Paul Dack kicking out. LaRock gets the start. Second half, Ian Fay pulls up in the mid-range from 10 and missed a shot. Kicks the rebound back out to the perimeter and found his way to Staples Fairbanks. Dack looking right corner. LaRock a head fake. Dom Aguilar back to LaRock on the right side. He'll work his way to the elbow, went into Ian Fay, and Odier Lang knocked that ball loose. Olang off the takeaway, finding Grayson. Caden Grindy, transition 3. It's off the front of the rim, but Olang with an offensive rebound. He's had a really nice night getting to the basketball for the Vikings on the rebounding advantage. He looks in and kicks out to Nywish. Grindy wants another take at the 3. Missed it. Tyrell Krieger in no board. Pulls up in front of the basket and scores. Tyrell Krieger with 10. And the Vikings using the offensive rebound to their advantage in that sequence. They picked up a pair of them, and they lead now 38-35. Dom Aguilar into the front court for Minnesota Morris. Paul Dack waiting in the circle by the time stripe looking for a screen. Drives left into the screen, set by Ian Fay. A stop in the block, works right corner. Head fake the draw defender, and Staples Fairbanks pulls up from 15, missed it. Another board for Olang. Here come the Vikings on the break. Olang right side, Nywish. He'll take a look at a transition 3 off the heel of the rim, and this time rebound knocked loose by Staples Fairbanks for Minnesota Morris. Vikings with a 3-point edge as the Cougars are back into the front court. Dack taking a look towards the top. Hands off for Staples Fairbanks. Screens set, they're jumped. That ends up putting Krieger out on Staples Fairbanks. A mismatch for Morris, but they don't exploit it. Ball goes to the left side of the floor. LaRock defended by Odier Lang. Looking off towards the right side. Staples Fairbanks for 3, short. Loose ball rebound out to the foul line for Lamar Grayson. Vikings back up front. They've scored the first 4 points of the second half, both buckets by Tyrell Krieger, who now is a double-figure night with 10. Grayson on top, reversing to the top of the key for Lang. Krieger in the left corner, pulls the trigger, almost hit it. 2/3 the way down, but gets another offensive rebound. Works stop and go on the baseline, wraps around to Grayson, and that was broken up. Cougars forced the turnover, and it's taken back off the near side of the floor by Brian LaRock for Minnesota Morris. Staples Fairbanks into the corner. Dom Aguilar for 3. That won't fall. Another rebound for Tyrell Krieger. He's really dominating since getting off the bench with a foul trouble in the opening half. Takes a look at an open 3. That one rolls off the front. Boy, the Vikings can't buy a 3 in their home gym, while the Cougars have had no problems hitting them. Cougars shot 47% in the opening half from the 3-point line. I think the Vikings right now are 2 of 11. Here's Aguilar for another 3. That ends up missing. Caden Grindy with the rebound for Valley City State. 3.5 minutes into the second half. Vikings by 3 in the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Caden Grindy muscling his way. Are they going to count the basket? Yes, they will. Big bucket for Caden Grindy, muscling his way inside. It dangled on the rim and comes through, and Grindy has a chance at a 3-point play. Foul will go against Brian LaRock. Caden Grindy with the bucket gives him 9 on the night. The Vikings up 5 at 40-35 and a chance to go back up by 6. Take a look at the 3-point shooting. The Vikings are now 3 of 16 from the 3-point line in their home facility. So I was off 18.8%. Cougars shooting 40% on the road, and Grindy's foul shot is hard off the heel as well. So a lot of things that the Vikings did right against Briar Cliff last week, evading them here tonight at the Fieldhouse. They're trying to muscle their way through a challenge from Minnesota Morris. Dack on the top of the key. Aguilar high-low game. Carvin Fish shot blocked. Odier Lang over the top to block it. A look up the floor by Krieger to Lamar Grayson. Off balance, counted 1. Lamar Grayson going right side of the basket. Hoop and harm for Lamar on the reach. And Lamar Grayson gives the Vikings a 7-point lead. And we'll see a timeout taken by Minnesota Morris. Look at it again on the NewsDakota.com replay. This is a great play for Lamar. It starts with Odie Lang on the block shot. The Vikings in transition, and Lamar Grayson just holding his balance to finish as he takes the contact. And the Vikings lead by a score of 42-35 with a bonus foul shot for Lamar Grayson pending. Timeout taken for Mobility Plus Rehabilitation. We'll keep it here for you tonight. Try to give you a look, if we can, at the standings, which really aren't all that important as of yet, just for the well, there's two reasons why the standings aren't that important. The first reason is that nobody in the NSAA is ranked right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at those standings in the North Star Athletic Association. Vikings at 3-0, the only undefeated team with a win. Dickinson State coming into the night hasn't played further down your list, but you'll see there that nobody is receiving votes in the NAIA poll out of the North Star. And that's an important part of this, as we see Lamar Grayson knock down the bonus foul shot. That will give him 10. 4-1 start for Dakota State, expected to be pretty good. The Vikings 3-0, also expected to be pretty good, as we'll see a turnover from Minnesota Morris. But that's a look at where we're at with the men's standings coming into tonight. Vikings up after the bonus foul shot by 8, 43-35. Their biggest lead of the night has been 10. They can equal or surpass that this trip. Instead, Lamar Grayson has the ball batted off his knee, and he turns it over. Brian LaRocque up the floor against Odie Lang. Stopped by LaRocque into Dom Aguilar, and off to the right side for Tariq Iyab. They'll give to the top. Paul Dack working right side. High bank shot over Odier. Shot was missed, and another rebound for Tyrell Krieger. He's making his case for a double-figure night in the rebounding advantage all second half. Grindy hard take, missed it. Grayson cleans it up and scores. Lamar Grayson following the shot. He's got a dozen. The lead back to 10 for the Vikings at 45-35. Tariq Iyab off the right sideline for the Cougars. Works it back to LaRocque into the corner. They'll take a look at Dom Aguilar. Nywesh knocked that away. Late whistle. Nywesh from behind going to be called for the foul. Believe Nywesh is going to have 3, if I'm not mistaken. He got called for a technical in the game when he came out to confront a foul that was laid in against him by James Hughes. Hughes picked up a technical foul in that sequence as well. But Nywesh now with 3, one of those that technical. Didn't result in really any unsportsmanlike conduct, just a face-to-face confrontation after Nywesh felt he was held. And the Vikings lobbied for an intentional foul and didn't get the call to go their way. Ball on the top of the key, Paul Dack for Minnesota Morris off to Tariq Iyab. Iyab stepping back towards the line, a stop. A look back into the corner. Dack pulls up on a contested 3, missed it. Offensive board, Carvin Fish misses the putback. And we've got a foul on the latest rebound as Shaheed Muhammad got undercut. And if that foul is against James Hughes, it will not be. We'll stop the count there. Carvin Fish is going to be called for the foul. It's number 2 on Carvin Fish. Again, the board earlier had suggested that Hughes had 4 fouls. And they have him for 4 fouls on the official stat line tonight as well. So right now they can ill afford to lose him, and he's out there with minutes early in the second half. Grayson, another take to the basket. Lamar Grayson scoring his 14th. 7 in each half, but 7 for Grayson in 5 minutes and change to start the second half. The Vikings up a dozen at 47-35. Right side of the floor, Hughes giving away to Paul Dack. A kick to Carvin Fish, broken up. The takeaway by Tyrell Krieger. Vikings on the run. Krieger surveying, hard take in the lane, tripped up on his way through, and a blocking foul. Carvin Fish got a big size 14 out in front. And they're going to call Carvin Fish for his 3rd. And Ian Fay will come in to replace him in that post position. Vikings up a dozen, 47-35. And the Vikings inbound the basketball. Krieger coming into the near side for Odie Lang. Looking to hand back to Krieger. Krieger jab stepping towards the right, crossing his dribbles. Back to the foul line, off to Odier. Hard baseline take, got through muscles and scores. Odie Lang going down the baseline has 5. 49-35. Biggest lead of the night for the Vikings continues to grow, now up to 14. 6 minutes into the second half. Dack out in the middle of the floor for Minnesota Morris. Steps his way through the middle as Grayson reaches after the basketball. Dack attempting to be trapped. Muhammad was going to chase him down. Ball will come back to the top of the key. Jace Nelson picked away. Krieger in a wrestling match with Nelson for it. Nelson dives to the sideline and saves it with Ian Fay. Then Odier Olang reached in from the backside to break it up, and Olang going to be called for a foul. Odier's first, and after reaching in to break that ball away, Odier had went down and gotten off to the races because I think we had a little showtime coming up on the end of that play. As it turns out, the Viking foul will break it up, and Odier is going to get a break. He'll come to the bench after picking up his first, as Oseno Nagome will come back into the matchup for Valley City State. Inbounds pass from James Hughes for Minnesota Morris. Nelson off to the near side for Tiernan. Tiernan coming back towards the near wing for the Cougars. To the right for Tariq Iyab, right through the hands of James Hughes. Pass was a little offline. Another turnover by Minnesota Morris. The Vikings get it back. 6.5 minutes now to the second half. And the Vikings continue to lead in the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard 49-35 over the University of Minnesota Morris. Shaheed Muhammad up front for Valley City State. Hands off to Oseno Nagome. Now Lamar Grayson looked for a steal, didn't get it. Kicks to Muhammad, three out of the corner, rims it and out. Shaheed Muhammad's had a tough night shooting the three-point shot. Rebound comes down Jace Nelson. Now Muhammad comes over to set a trap. Hughes will take a relief pass back from Nelson and dribbles into the front court for Minnesota Morris. And Hughes being defended hard by Lamar Grayson. They're going to get a foul on Grayson. Lamar pleads his case. A lot of contact there. Grayson's first. 3 on the Vikings here in the second half. Jaden Pacha set to come on the floor for Caden Grindy in the Viking lineup. Pacha's been a great addition. We're going to see, I believe, more minutes out of Genesis Kemp as well, but Ryan Montgomery telling us that some nights the matchup favors Genesis getting a lot of minutes, sometimes it doesn't, but we did see him against Brandon, and he was very good in the series against Brandon to start the weekend. Ball top of the key, Hughes, right elbow. Shaheed Muhammad nearly picked his pocket. Hughes comes away with it, left alone for 3, retreating to the perimeter and hits. James Hughes with 11, 3 3-point shots. Viking lead trimmed to 11 at 49-38. 7.5 minutes into the second half. Tyrell Krieger looking for a screen. Uses it, stop and go spin. Double clutch to the basket. High bank shot missed. Tough take to make that time. He might have been kind of stretching out his own capabilities. And the rebound to Jace Nelson from Minnesota Morris. Tiernan looking on top. Hughes driving left. Got open. Wraps around. Tiernan will score. Nice dribble drive and draw to free up Thomas Tiernan coming down the baseline. Tiernan will score it. And those are the first 5 points of the second half for Minnesota Morris. That three-point shot hit by James Hughes a moment ago. They went 7 minutes without scoring. 3 on the way by Oseno Nagome comes up short. And Hughes comes up with a rebound. And despite being shut out for 7 minutes or so, they're still within 9 points at 49-40 as it's been a bit sluggish offensively for both teams tonight. Ian Fay, turn on Nagome, shot blocked. Shaheed Muhammad comes up with a takeaway. He wants to run the floor. Grayson into the front court, 3-on-3. Spin to his left, got to the basket, missed it. And the rebound to Jace Nelson on the baseline for Minnesota Morris. You see the Cougars, they're picking up a step, trying to run with the Vikings, and that's what the Vikings want them to do. Nelson nearly turned it over in that sequence. There he threw an elbow on Nagome, did Nelson. They kick it out to the perimeter, and Oseno Nagome, rather Lamar Grayson, broke it up. It'll stay Morris basketball. The Vikings will send Jerome Washington, 6'5" senior out of Andover, Kansas, onto the floor for his first minutes tonight. Cougars will withdraw Tariq Iyab and replace him with Leroy Staples Fairbanks. Staples Fairbanks will inbound off the near sideline in front of the Morris bench. Ball comes in on the near side of the floor. LaRocque coming back out towards the top of the key with it. Tiernan right corner. Head fake out of the corner for Staples Fairbanks and a steal. Lamar Grayson stepped in front of a bucket for Fay. Grayson finger roll over the front of the rim. The bench came to life. I don't know if Lamar Grayson has the ups to put down a dunk at 6 feet tall, and that's it. But Grayson comes up with a bucket for what is his 16th point tonight. And the Vikings lead 51-40, lead back to 11. Shaheed Muhammad comes out, aggressively defends Jace Nelson in that sequence. Ball back to the top of the key. LaRocque walking to the right side of the floor. Ian Fay back on the left wing. Fay a stop. Back off towards the near side, picked up by Jace Nelson. Backdoor cut. They got Fay inside. And Lamar Grayson trying to knock the ball free, going to be called for a foul. Grayson with his second. The difference in this Vikings team this year, and I think you're seeing it in the way that they defend, you haven't seen the Vikings sitting back in that 1-3-1 zone. The Vikings did a lot of that the last couple of seasons. And you got the idea talking with Brian Montgomery that he was kind of making that his signature defense. This Viking team, man-to-man with a lot of help, but they don't play a lot of zone. 3 out of the corner, Staples Fairbanks hits it. Leroy Staples Fairbanks with 6 tonight. Viking lead cut back to 8 at 51-43, nearing the halfway point of the second half. Shahid Muhammad left alone. Jerome Washington will cast one up. Missed it off the front of the rim. LaRock the rebound. Quick shotgun pass to Staples Motley on the outlet. And a quick drive to the basket. And we'll see a blocking foul coming up against Valley City State. Oseno Nagome will be called for the blocking foul. And the foul category getting a little rich now. Vikings with 5, only 1 to give with 10:05 to play. Morris will make a couple of changes here. As we'll see Ian Fay leave, Jace Nelson will step off. The return to Dom Aguilar and Carvin Fish back on the floor as well for Minnesota Morris. They'll scatter from the foul line, and now we've got a whistle and an illegal screen coming up against Minnesota Morris. Dom Aguilar going to be called for that, and that will be the second of the night on Dom Aguilar. So an illegal screen hit on Aguilar that will turn the ball back over to the Vikings. And a chance for Valley City State to get up the floor. Try to make it a 10-point lead. We get inside of 10. We'll have the media stoppage on the next dead ball. 10 minutes and change right now. Shahid Muhammad up on top, finding his way to Jaden Pacha. Now Oseno Nagome, actually correction, Agwin Iwesh. Kick out, Shahid Muhammad. Muhammad taking a look. Nagome comes over to set a screen, freeing up Muhammad. A step back 3 on the way for Shahid, won't go. Rebound broken up from behind of Staples Fairbanks, and they'll turn it back to Dom Aguilar for Minnesota Morris. Cougars can make it a 2-possession game again. Carvin Fish, middle of the floor, looking left side. Found his way out towards the near side of the floor for Dom Aguilar. Right side of the floor now again for LaRock. Back near side for Tiernan. Out of the left corner, another foul, this time Jaden Pacha reaching after the basketball, and that's the last the Vikings have to give. And that should take us to our media stoppage, and it will. It'll be Cougar basketball coming up. So a timeout going to be taken for media after they adjudicate the foul. That'll be the 6th on the Vikings. So the penalty the rest of the way for Minnesota Morris, and our media stoppage with 9:24 to play in the second half of basketball. Vikings 51, Morris 43 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Timeout for Mobility Plus Rehabilitation. We're back with more Viking basketball next.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health. Here for all, here for good.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Welcome back to Viking basketball on the Voice of the Vikings and the Voice of the Valley, KOVC, newsdakota.com, with our video coverage, and also on the VCSU Vikings YouTube channel tonight. Vikings going on a 15-0 run to start the second half. And the Viking lead is now down to 8 at 51-43. They were down a single, 35-34 at the break, and went up 49-35 to take that 15-0 run and turn it into a 14-point lead. But Minnesota Morris has fought back in to the matchup. And the Morris Cougars have the basketball. Off the left side, it's Paul Dack. Dack coming back towards the near wing. Looking down low, trying to find LaRock, who ends up falling on the floor with the basketball and may have signaled for timeout to save a possession. We'll see. If the call is going to stand, it will not. It'll be a jump ball, or rather a held ball. And the arrow is going to favor Minnesota Morris in this sequence. So the Cougars will have the basketball back off of the held ball. And Minnesota Morris will inbound the basketball off the near sideline. Dak to inbound, comes out on top. Aguilar with 2 to shoot. Hit the back of the rim on a deep 3, and the rebound will trickle out of bounds to the far side of the floor and go back to Valley City State. So the Viking lead is 8 with 9 minutes to play in the second half of basketball. Shahid Muhammad works into the front court and drives right. A stop, reversal, Pacha looking into Oseno Nagoma in the post now. Oseno Nagoma stop, off to Shahid Muhammad. He'll drive his way inside. Back to Nagoma, opened up. Great dribble drive and draw by Muhammad. It opens up Oseno Nagoma, who will score his 4th. And the lead is 10 at 53-43. Right here is where the Vikings want to go on the run to put this away. Pacha knocks the ball away, but LaRock picks up the loose basketball. Has no idea where to go with it. Sends it out right wing. Staples Fairbanks hits another 3. The three-point shooting tonight for Minnesota Morris has just been off the hook, what they've been able to accomplish. 10 of 24 from the three-point line. They've hit 10 threes on the road tonight. And now Muhammad forcing a ball to Nagome, throws it away as Dom Aguilar comes up with the takeaway. And once again, the Cougars can cut the lead down to 2 possessions. Aguilar crossover dribbling his way towards the right elbow, back to the basket. Off to Paul Dak, hard take against Pacha. Kick it out left wing, Staples Fairbanks to stop. A step back and a 3, and he hits it again. Staples Fairbanks hitting his 3rd 3 of the second half. He's got 12. The Viking lead is 6. That's the 11th three-point shot to go down for the Cougars tonight. Ball to Oseno Nagome, handing to Agua Nywesh. 3 for Nywesh, he's fouled. And Agua's going to go to the foul line for 3, and they're 3 the Vikings desperately need. I believe they're going to get Paul Dak for the foul. They will, his 2nd. And Agua Nywesh to the foul line for Valley City State. He had 4 in the first half. The reigning North Star Athletic Association Player of the Week for the Vikings. First good. Agua came to the Vikings last year. Got ready to go mid-season, but was hampered by injury all throughout the course of the end of the year. Never really got to show the Vikings what he was capable of doing. He calmly knocks down his 2nd three-point shot, rather 2nd foul shot here. And Shahid Muhammad will step off the floor in favor of Lamar Grayson. Lead back to 3 possessions for the Vikings at 55-47. And now the 3rd for Agua Nywesh is off the heel of the rim, and Carvin Fish comes down with the basketball for Minnesota Morris. 7.5 to play, second half. Paul Dak up front, Vikings by 8, 55-47. Dak underneath, threw it away. Oseno Nagome outlets Jaden Pacha to the basket, got stripped. Foul going to be called against Brian LaRock. The Vikings looking to go a little showtime in that situation, and a good defensive play by LaRock to get back and deny the Vikings their prize on the takeaway break. Jaden Pacha will be going to the foul line for the Vikings to attempt 2, trying to rebuild a Viking 10-point advantage. A look by Pacha, and the first is good. And the Vikings finding a little bit more success from the foul line, although you wouldn't know it. 4 of 6 second half. Such a great foul shooting night against Briar Cliff last week. Every time they went to the line, they were just dead on. And one thing about the Vikings tonight, 3 of 20 from the three-point line, 15% lethargic to say the least from the stripe. Jaden Pacha knocks down both ends. He's got 7. Viking lead is 10, 57-47. 7 minutes, 15 seconds to play second half. Aguilar backcourt, nearly stolen, it is stolen. Pacha steals, Nywesh to the basket, put it down with a dunk for Agua Nywesh with a 2-hand flush. Agua Nywesh going hard to the basket, little takeaway, breakaway. That's what you get from this Viking defense. They're always looking to get to the basket and put one down with some authority. The Vikings up 12. The other way, inside, a kick out coming from James Hughes. He was underneath, didn't have a chance to spin and score. Ball to the right corner for LaRock for Minnesota Morris. He's in trouble. Back out on top, Aguilar for 3, hits again. This three-point shooting is ridiculous. 5 threes in the second half for Minnesota Morris. The Vikings will have him as 11 of 25. I should say the Cougars, rather. 11 of 25 from the three-point line tonight. On top, Patch, a hard take to the basket, took a bump and got fouled. Will go to the line. 44% from the three-point line for Morris, 15% for the Vikings. And we're at Valley City State. The lead is 9 at 59-50. The Vikings shoot even 30% from the three-point line. That's an additional 3 more three-point shots made. 15-point lead at this point, and that's against a team that's just an arsenal from the perimeter right now for Minnesota Morris. Patcha at the foul line for 2 for Valley City State. First is good. Rolls in off the front iron. Tiernan comes back into the matchup for Minnesota Morris. Lead is 10 at 60-50. And we'll see Patcha going to the foul line to try to make it 11. Biggest lead of the night's been 14. Foul shot's good for Jaden Patcha. He's got 9. And Patcha will step off the floor after rebuilding a Viking lead to 11. Dom Aguilar back into the matchup for the University of Minnesota. Morris and Aguilar will bring the ball up front. Spinning away from Agua Nywish, kicking to the right side. Tariq Ian reverses to the top of the key for Ian Fay. Back to the near side for James Hughes, driving in on Nywish. Turn, Hughes, follow away, bank shot good. James Hughes finding a way inside, falling away high off the glass. That gives him 13. Lead is 9 at 61-52. 6 minutes and under now for the Vikings to work with in a 9-point lead. On top, Oda Lang, Agua Nywish. Back to the top of the key, Lamar Grayson shuffle stepping, kicking out. Nywish, quick move to Caden Grindy. Grindy stepping, kicking right side. Nywish for 3 off the front of the rim. And the rebound comes off for Ian Fay. And Minnesota Morris, a 3-point play would make it a 2-possession game once again. James Hughes up front for the Cougars. Working back to the top of the key, a look in towards Fay. Reversal back to Tariq Iyab. Back between the rings for Aguilar, into the corner now for Hughes. Hughes crossing over on Oda Lang. A stop, a kick out. 3 for Aguilar, money. Dom Aguilar steps into another 3 for Minnesota Morris. They've hit 6 times from beyond the arc. Now 12 of 26 on the night, shooting 3s for the Cougars. And the Viking lead trimmed to 6 at 61-55. Tyrell Krieger off to Oda Lang. Olang will take a 3 and hits it. The post player stepping out on top. The guy you can call on. He's hit 2 of the Vikings' 4 threes, and he's the 6'6" post player tonight. Vikings up 9 at 64-55. Hughes into the front court for Minnesota Morris. Will hand to Tommy Tiernan. Tiernan circling his way on top into Aguilar, driving against Grindy, left the bank shot short. An offensive rebound, however, for Tariq Ian, and the Cougars will continue the possession. Fay handing off. Aguilar sticks a 3. This is going to hurt. It misses. Rebound out of bounds off of Odier. Boy, you give up the offensive rebound and then give up an open 3-point shot, and my goodness gracious, that could have been painful. Instead, the Cougars will inbound the basketball, down 9 with 4:28 to go. Hughes to inbound underneath. Paul Dag open, lost it. Slipped right out of the wickets. And this one goes back to the Vikings with a 9-point lead in tow. Vikings trying to stay undefeated. Came into the matchup 3-0. Para wins over Brandon. The win over Briar Cliff. This is a matchup the Vikings dominated last year. Minnesota Morris looks to be a bit more athletic than they were a year ago coming in. Grindy looking to Olang, broken up by Ian Fay. Loose ball, Paul Dak driving hard to the basket. Grindy blocked his shot. Odier the rebound, 3-on-3. Here's Odier to the right side for Tyrell Krieger. Krieger to the baseline, kicking out. Grindy will drive his way to the lane. Hard take to the basket, left to short, draws a foul, and Tariq Ian is beside himself after being called for the foul. Very surprised look on his face as well. And in the meantime, Caden Grindy will go to the foul line looking for a double-figure night. I don't think I've ever seen a player so incredulous to have been called for a foul. He may have been legitimately surprised that he was called for that foul. I mean, most of the time you get a little antic, right? You know, a little sell that you didn't commit it. But in that case, Tariq Ian kind of came away and said, hey, wait a second. That was me? And Grindy has a chance to put the lead to 11. They clean up a little bit of floor. Grindy waiting for the foul shots with an even 4 minutes left to go in the game. Grindy takes a look at the first, and this one is good. The Vikings up 10. And that's a 10-point night for Caden Grindy. Next action's back here at the Fieldhouse. Volleyball, Friday night. It's do or die for the Viking volleyball team. They're the 4 seed in the North Star tournament. They get 5th seeded Dickinson State. Friday night, 6 o'clock start, 5:45 pregame report. Join us right here on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, newsdakota.com, KOVC with coverage of that matchup. Loose ball up the floor. Staples Fairbanks finding Ian Fay. Drives basket on Oda Uralang and scores over the top. Ian Fay getting up the floor and scoring. This still not out of the realm of possibility. 8-point lead for the Cougars. Still a lot of time left to go. 3:40 left. Vikings have to try to execute offensively. They've done plenty of work tonight defensively. Been a tough night shooting the basketball for Valley City State. Oda Uralang looking at a 3. Pulls it back. Drives in. Kicks out. Krieger for 3. Hits from the right corner. Tyrell Krieger with 13 points. Lead back to 11 at 68-57. Makes you feel a little bit better about being at home when you get a 3 down the stretch after a night where the Vikings have shot 4 of 22 from the 3-point line. Paul Dack to the basket, scoring. Taking right down the heart of the lane. Vikings apparently just not wanting to foul at this point. Dack has 8. They kind of gave him the run of the lane, so to speak, and he took it. Lead is 68-59 Vikings on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Had another 3 for Krieger. Nope. And the rebound off the heel of the rim. Coming down to Brian LaRock. A trap in the backcourt against Staples Fairbanks. LaRock going baseline. Hughes tripped and throws one up as a prayer. It rattles, won't fall, but he's going to the line. Foul will go against Lamar Grayson, his 3rd. Be the 7th against the Vikings. This is on the shot, so they'll get 2. With a clock at 2:40 to go. Time continuing to dwindle, but the Cougars hanging around. 12 of 27 from the 3-point line tonight. The Vikings have outshot the Cougars 49% to 41.5, but that 3-point shooting has kept the Cougars in this. And Valley City State's 3-point shooting, 5 of 24 tonight. First is an air ball. And the crowd's going to let James Hughes know it. Not a huge crowd here tonight, but there were a couple of murmurs of airball. And then once people understood that they could be heard saying it, they quickly shut up. Normally, big crowd here, you'll go ahead and say it, but you don't want to be the embarrassing guy that gets called. He barely drew iron on the second one also. So 2 very tough looks from the foul line for James Hughes. Vikings back up the floor with their 9-point lead intact and 2.5 to play. Shaheen Muhammad back on the floor for Valley City Stadium, back out to the circle. Muhammad working right side, drifts that way, hard take to the window, pulls up, rims one in. When Shaheen's not hitting for 3, go to the basket. That's Shaheen Muhammad's first scoring tonight. He's a good scorer, but has had a tough night from the 3-point line. His defense has been spectacular. He matches up here with Hughes, though, and Hughes goes right by him and scores. And Hughes will put the Cougars back within 9. A timeout is taken by Minnesota Morris as Hughes scores his 15th. Timeout for Morris. It's a 30. And it's brought to you by Mobility Plus Rehabilitation. On the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard, 70-61 Vikings. And we're back with more in a moment.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Olang hard to the basket with a 2-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Holland can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Welcome back to Viking basketball. Valley City State at one time leading by 14. had their lead cut to as few as 6, as Leroy Staples Fairbanks has hit 12 on 4 threes, 3 here in the second half, and 6 3-point shots have found the mark for Minnesota Morris in the second half. Conversely, 5 2-point shots have found the mark in the second half, but the Vikings continuing to lead by 9 at 70-61. 2 minutes, 7 seconds to go after a made shot by Hughes, and the Vikings into the front court following the Cougar timeout that was converted to a full timeout. Odier Lang on the top of the key, faking with Krieger, handing to Grayson. Travel coming up against Lamar Grayson. Grayson runs into James Hughes, and this is a key moment in the game. 1:53 to go, and the Cougars, with a 3-point play, can make this a 2-possession game. And another opportunity to wipe up the floor out there as Minnesota Morris is going to get the basketball. There's still a lot of time left in this game. The reason why it doesn't seem like the game is close is because the Vikings have the 14-point lead. Inbounds play will come in. It just seemed like the Vikings had taken some control of the game. Ball on the top of the key with LaRock. Then Minnesota Morris started hitting threes, and they scored so quickly that you don't even realize the score has been reversed like that. Staples Fairbanks, a step back three. There it is again. Staples Fairbanks with 15. 12 in the second half. Lead cut to 6 at 70-64. 1:30 to play in the second half of basketball, and the Vikings will call for timeout. Boy, oh boy. 1:25 left in the second. The Cougars refuse to die. 70-64, Valley City State with a 6-point lead in the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Timeout for Mobility Plus Rehabilitation. Viking basketball continues next.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Timeout taken by the Vikings as 15 have been scored tonight by Leroy Staples Fairbanks. 4 threes from Staples Fairbanks in the second half. And a Viking lead that was 14 has been cut to 6. 70-64, Valley City State, 2-possession lead. They call for timeout in the front court. Caden Grindy to inbound the basketball. Finds Shahid Muhammad, who's hit by a double team, and Muhammad turns away from it. Grindy, top of the key, Tyrell Krieger. Krieger working off towards the left side of the floor, comes back right in the crossover. Steps up top, looking at Agwin Iwash, back to Krieger. Wide open look for a 3, left it short, and this could cut it to a 1-possession game with 1:05 to go. Staples Fairbanks, the hot hand, he's into the front court with the ball for Minnesota Morris. Paul Dack on the right side. Out on top, LaRock. LaRock stepping back towards the right, a head fake towards the corner. Hands to James Hughes, rather. Hughes driving into the lane, a stop, a double pivot on Odier Lang. Sends it back to Staples Fairbanks from 12 feet away, left it short. Odier comes down with a rebound. Huge defensive play for the Vikings. They didn't surrender the 3. And Morris didn't want to take the 2. They settled for it. Krieger into the front court, finding Grindy, back to Krieger, open path to the basket, offensive foul. Tyrell Krieger going to be called for his 3rd. And the Cougar that took the charge, Brian LaRock, is down and apparently not feeling well. And they've blown the whistle once again. Was a technical foul called here? No, they're going to, okay, wow. They're calling a blocking foul against Brian LaRocque. I wonder if he was in the arc, if that's the reason why. The original call was charge, and then after talking things through, they've converted this into a blocking foul against Brian LaRocque. And the only explanation that I have for it is that you can't take a charge in the arc underneath the basket. Krieger's first foul shot is good. So they may have talked it over and decided that his positioning was in such a place to where you're not allowed to take a charge in there. And so at that point, they're going to convert it into the blocking foul. Second foul shot for Krieger is good. And the lead is up to 8 at 72-64. So the Vikings getting a couple of big foul shots from Tyrell Krieger on a foul that had gone against him, and in the long run will go their way. Inside, James Hughes to the basket to score. Hughes will score what will end up being his 9th of the second half and his 17th for the game. And with 21.6 seconds left, that keeps the Cougars on a heartbeat. 72-66. Minnesota Morris back within 6 on the LaRue Financial scoreboard. Timeout for Mobility Plus Rehabilitation. We'll come back, try to put the finishing touches on this one next here on Viking Basketball.
Looking for a college experience where you can get a degree and make a difference? Valley City State University is the top public regional college in North Dakota, as ranked by U.S. News and World Report. Visit today at vcsu.edu/visit.
Well, the Cougars score, cut it to 6, and the Vikings have the basketball with 21.6 seconds left. If you're the Cougars, got to press, and I'm going to assume that you're fouling if the ball does come in bounds cleanly. The Vikings will go to the line for the double penalty if they are fouled. 10 team fouls already on the board against the Cougars. Possession arrow favors Valley City State. A point down the stretch for the Vikings. You would think 3-possession game out of the realm of possibility without the Vikings turning it over. But that involves getting the ball in bounds, and Minnesota Morris's defensive pressure has been better in the second half than it was in the first. Let's see. Agua Nywesh to inbound the basketball. And the Vikings looking for an open player, and that's a whistle and a timeout taken by Valley City State, as Ryan Montgomery felt like perhaps the 5-second count was getting a little too close. So the Vikings will call for timeout to maintain the possession. They're asking Coach Montgomery if he wants a full or a 30. This will be a 30-second timeout. Brought to you by Mobility Plus Rehabilitation. Again, Friday night, we're back at it. For those of you on KOVC, we have more sports coming up on Thursday night, tomorrow night. Jerry Edwards off to Wahpeton, as the Vikings, rather the Highlanders, will play the Wahpeton Huskies. It's a big one for Valley City, trying to stay out of the three-way tie. They have set a play-in with Grand Forks Central in the EDC tournament for Saturday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's if they get the win tomorrow night and things fall in the EDC the way they're supposed to. Agua Nywesh to inbound. Ball in for Muhammad, knocked out of bounds. 21 seconds to go. Surprising here, the Vikings aren't setting screens. They're running really sort of flashes to the basketball. And again, Nywesh leaning in, finding Odiero Lang in the open floor to Tyrell Krieger. Krieger trying to stay away from being fouled. They're trapping him in the backcourt. I'm not sure why they're not fouling him. Maybe not going to play for the foul, maybe only playing for the turnover. That took 10 seconds. That effectively ended the game. Vikings with a 6-point lead now, 10 seconds to go. That really kind of effectively ends the game if you're not going to foul. Inbounds pass to Shahid Muhammad. They don't foul him either. Send it out to Krieger, 5 seconds left, and that's the ball game. And the Vikings are 4-0. It was not easy, but the Vikings get the win. Final score on the LaRue Financial scoreboard tonight will be the Vikings 72 and the Cougars 66. The Vikings improved to 4-0 on the season. Our post-game report is on the way in a couple of moments. We'll look at the final numbers and wrap this one up. This is Viking basketball. Hear the voice of the Vikings and the voice of the Valley, KOVC, with our special coverage at newsdakota.com with video coverage and on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel.
This is Dr. Amanda Heck, physical therapist with Mobility Plus Rehabilitation, with offices in Valley City, Lisbon, Gwinner, and Enderlin. Our mission is to provide exceptional physical and occupational therapy by highly skilled therapists to minimize pain and maximize mobility, which allows you to return to the quality of life you desire. From sports injuries to work-related injuries, neurological diagnosis, and pediatric development delays, we will evaluate and educate you on your condition, review treatment options, and create an effective treatment plan to solve your impairments based on your unique situation and needs. I invite you to call our offices at Mobility Plus today.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC. Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on three major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Why choose professional eye care centers? Three great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, three of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit proeyecarecenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional eye care centers, clearly the best.
Looking for a quality, affordable education to get you the career you want? Strengthen your resume with a degree from Valley City State University. From education to business, fisheries and wildlife to software engineering. We have it all. Learn more about becoming a Viking today.
Welcome back to Viking basketball tonight as the Vikings are victorious this evening in a doubleheader. The Viking women sweep, or actually rather the Viking women and men sweep a doubleheader tonight with the Viking women winning 64-55 over Minnesota Morris this evening. And your final score in men's play tonight is the Viking men 72 and Minnesota Morris 66. We welcome you back to the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse here on campus of Valley City State University. Good start for the Viking men. Both the men and women get set to go on the road and take on Dakota Wesleyan in their next matchups. This one was a hard-fought matchup tonight for the Vikings. The Vikings led by as many as 14 in the opening half of basketball. I should say rather in the second half. Led by 10 in the opening half and gave up an 11-0 run. Trailed by 1 at halftime, 35-34. Then went on a 14-0 run that spanned some 7 minutes to start the second half and led 49-35. But Minnesota Morris would not go away. They hit 13 three-point shots tonight in 28 tries, nearly 50% for the three-point line, and got back to within 6 points on a couple of occasions in the second half. But the Vikings hold on for the victory tonight. Vikings out-rebound Minnesota Morris 34-32. Vikings shot 49.1 from the field. The Cougars 43.9, but the Vikings were 5 of 25 from the three-point line tonight. Vikings out-rebound Morris, as we mentioned, 34-32. Turnover numbers that we had tonight, the Vikings forced 16, committed 14 of their own. That 14 number probably a little bit higher than the Vikings want to see. in that situation. For the Vikings individually tonight, they are led this evening by Tyrell Krieger and by Lamar Grayson. Grayson with 16 points tonight, and a very nice night for Lamar Grayson. Some hard takes to the basket this evening. Tyrell Krieger, 15 points and 6 rebounds tonight. Odie Laying, 8 points, 7 rebounds this evening. Had a nice night rebounding the basketball. Caden Grindy was in double figures tonight with 10 points as well. As we mentioned, Agwin Iwesh with 8 points this evening, the reigning NSAA Player of the Week with 8. 9 points for Jaden Patchett tonight. Very limited time, too. We only had 14 minutes in the night. Oseno Nagom with 4, 2 for Shahid Muhammad, who had a tough night shooting the basketball from the perimeter, but gets a bucket down the stretch this evening for the Vikings. For Minnesota Morris, they were led by 17 points for James Hughes tonight, 13 more. And I think that number's incorrect. They've got 13 for Leroy Staples Fairbanks. I had him hitting 5 3-point shots tonight. So I think those numbers are incorrect. I'm not sure. But 11 for Dominic Aguilar this evening as well, and he had a number of 3-point shots for Minnesota Morris tonight. Paul Dack had 8. Jace Nelson with 5 tonight. Also 4 points this evening for Tommy Tiernan. 3 points for Gunderson this evening, and that was a 3-point play for Gustav Gunderson in the opening moments, and he was shaken up early in the game and didn't come back after injury. We saw Brian LaRock knock down a 3-point shot tonight for Minnesota Morris, and 2 for Ian Fay. Again, your final score this evening is the Vikings 72 and Morris 66. The Vikings are now 4-0. The Viking women are 4-1. Both on their way to to Dakota Wesleyan coming up later on in their next matchups. And stay tuned for further broadcast details as to when they come back. The Vikings will get back in action with volleyball coming up on Friday night. That'll be here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse, so join us for that. Coming up on Friday, going to be a big matchup for the Vikings. NSAA tournament time, opening round of the NSAA tournament. They get Dickinson State in that matchup, so join us for that coming up on Friday night. We'll have the broadcast for you with video coverage here at the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and also on newsdakota.com, radio coverage on KOVC. We get started with a 6 o'clock first serve that night. That means the pregame report be around 5:45. Join us on Friday night here at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. That'll do it for Viking basketball this evening. For KOVC Sports and Viking basketball, I'm Ryan Cunningham saying so long, everybody.